Online, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Confirm. Yes. All right. So, my name is Karthik. I'm a practicing chartered accountant and as well as teacher since the last a decade. So, I'll be dealing with only auditing part of yours. So, when we talk about auditing, we'll be only talking about the corporate part of auditing. What's there for? Corporate. Corporate means what? Companies. Clear? Now, before I begin with the subject matter itself, certain rules and regulations of the class. When we start the class, please keep your phones on silent, all right, because concepts will be going on, so it will disturb the flow. Class timings, as you know, it is 7:30 to 1. Okay, 7:30 to 1 o'clock. 10 a.m. will be the break every day. Okay, there will be no difference in one day 10 o'clock, one day 9:30, another day 10:30, nothing like that. 10 o'clock we'll be giving a break, plus or minus 5 minutes will be there depending upon what topics we are doing. So if the topic is in between, we'll finish it off. If the topic gets early, then we'll take a break early. Okay. Then when are we starting? What is the date today? 24th July, right? And we'll be going till 9th August. All right, 9th August will be our last day budgeted. So we'll try everything possible in our hands to finish up within the time. Is that clear? Yes? Okay. And most importantly, before you ask me that question, let me only answer. Sunday classes will be there. Generally, Sunday classes will be there. Okay, it is up to me to give you a holiday on that day. We do not have a weekly off as such. We are not employees here. Okay, you are doing a professional course, so we'll have to finish the syllabus at the earliest. So priority will always be completion of the syllabus. So for completion of the syllabus only, we are having Sunday classes. Not that I want to torture you. Okay, so this is the basic rules of my class. This particular material has been shared to you? No? If not, the team will be sharing to you soon. By today itself, I'll ask the team to share it to you. Now, coming to your syllabus, how many chapters we have? Only 3 chapters, sir. That's it. Only 3 chapters. Now, subject will give you 50 marks in your paper. Accounts and audit paper, like, will give you how many marks? 50 marks it will give you. Now, out of 50 marks, how is it divided, sir? 50 marks will be divided into 2 parts. One is your MCQ part and one is your descriptive part. Okay. So when we talk about MCQ part, around 10 marks you can expect as MCQ and the rest 40 marks you can expect in descriptive paper. Alright. Now how does the descriptive part look like? Congratulations, you do not have case questions. No case questions in your paper. Alright. Just direct questions. Unlike your chart accountancy paper, there will be no case questions. There we'll have case questions because obviously they are the expertise in auditing part of it, whereas your domain is cost audit and just the costing and the management part of it, because you're doing cost and management accounting, right? So how does the paper look like? The paper looks like this, right? Only 6 questions of all are 7 marks each. No bifurcation, no 2 marks, no 3 marks, no 5 marks, nothing. All the questions are 7 marks. So around 42 marks straight away coming from your descriptive part. Alright. So when I say 40, in and around 42 they can play around with. You'll also have options there. Okay, in the MCQ also 15 marks MCQ you have. Out of that 5 or 6 questions will be from auditing, only 2 marks each. Okay. So 10 marks means here 5 to 6 questions at times, 2 marks. Alright, and the rest everything will come here. 7 marks direct question. No playing around. So very simple, very easy. You just have to know which chapter and how many times they have asked, clear, and what kind of questions they have asked. So right from if you look at the material at the end, June 26 mock papers I have put, okay, December 23 paper, June 24 paper, December 24 paper, June 25, December 25, June 26. Where are we? Which month are we in? July 2026. So until June 26, all the papers, all the your course have been covered in the material. And if you see, sir, next to that questions, what are the things that they have given, sir? This is nothing but your chapter unit number, so that you know which question has come from which unit. So you know the frequency and you can study those. You can prioritize those first while you are studying for after the classes get over. Clear? So it will be a good reference for you. It is better for you to understand that. Is that clear? Yes? Okay, so shall we begin? Yes. Also, most important thing that I want in the class is response. Right? This is not your 11th, 12th. This is not your BCom classes. So you can answer bindas, no problem at all. Clear? If you're sitting silent, no, then it feels like, I am giving a political rally here. At least there will be some noise. Okay. So respond to the classes, respond to the questions as much as possible. That's where you will learn. Alright. Next most important thing, no eating in the class. This is not theater. Okay. If I see anyone eat, either you leave or I leave. One of them. Alright. No eating in the class. 2.5 hour first session. Half an hour break. In that half an hour, you eat, you drink, you sleep, you roll on, do whatever you want in that half an hour. I will not ask you. But once the class starts, in the class, do not eat. Alright. If you eat, you have to treat the entire class. And whether somebody likes that snack or not, you have to take it. Donate it if you want. Okay. So obviously, I hope you only want to spend on the fees of the subject and not on the snacks for the entire class. Right? Unintentionally, you'll be treating the entire class then. Alright. So these are the simple rules that I want in the class. In that half an hour break, do whatever you want. Alright. 30 minutes will be the break. Alright. Next question, if you're asking attendance. Attendance, I hope they have told you how to mark. Have they told you? Yes. QR will be displayed. Alright. And you have to mark your attendance there at that point of time. Now at what time QR will be displayed, that is up to me. Alright, because I know students know, maybe first 2 days you will come to class and then you have online live facility. Online line you will tell, we don't know where students will be sitting, right? Attendance will be there. So parents will know that you are in the class, but which class we don't know, no? So when the attendance will be displayed, that is up to me. As and when I feel like I'll be displaying it, you will have to mark it at the moment. Okay, that's that, sir. Now, any other questions with respect to basics of the class or anything else? If not, let's begin. Shall we? Yes. Now, I told you how many chapters are there in your syllabus? 3 chapters are there. In your entire syllabus, when they give corporate accounting and auditing, it is one book. Alright. So, when you talk about that one particular book, you have chapter 6, chapter 7 and chapter 8 as auditing chapters. But I consider that as chapter 1, 2 and 3. Alright, for us. Only for audit purpose, 1, 2 and 3. Okay. Now, when we talk about chapter number 6, basic concepts of auditing will be doing, which is around 84 pages. Alright. Now, how many units are there in that? 6 units are there. Alright. Unit number 1, which talks about basics of auditing, what is auditing, nature, scope and objective. Then we talk about standards, because audit accounts, cost accounts, everything, why we have this much value for this course and why our course or any professional, when you say people have that respect, is because of one thing, that is the standards. That means we don't do work according to what we feel like. We do work what according to our institute wants us to do. Alright, because we represent one institute. So whatever that institute says, whatever the institute believes, we also believe in the same thing, and that's the reason why we have to follow the standards. So about that, brief introduction will be there. Then we have unit number 3, which talks about how to start our audit, okay, and how do we plan our audit, and what kind of papers we'll have to maintain, and how do we obtain evidence. Then 4th one, what is risk? How do we evaluate audit risk, and how are we supposed to control it in industry? How are we supposed to control it? Everything will be discussed here. And then we have unit number 5, which talks about techniques. how are we supposed to do the audit? Once we get to know the meaning, once we plan, how are we supposed to do? And last one, how do we use tech in audit? All right. Tech, when we talk about, I am also AICA level 1 qualified professional. Okay, artificial intelligence in chartered accountancy level 1 qualified candidate I am. So how to use tech in audit also will be discussing, but not at the AI level. All right, what is required for the syllabus only will be doing it. Then specifically for Companies Act, what is required, that also will be studying only for Companies Act purposes. This is very important. All right, and then in that we have 7 units. All right, and finally we have different kinds of undertaking. For example, hospital, how do we audit? School, how do we audit? Amusement park, how do we audit? Hotel, how do we audit? That comes under different types of undertakings. In that, how many units are there? 6 units are there. Right. Now, today I will not give you the importance level of which chapter comes for how many marks. Okay. It is evenly distributed. All right. Now, out of so many units, there are certain units which are very, very important. All right. Now, even if you take the question paper and see, you will be able to do it, but there is something else apart from that. All right. So let's begin with audit. Now, how am I going to do the audit? The order of the class. First, I'll be doing unit number 1. Okay. This is the first priority. Introduction of the concept called audit. Once we finish this, we go to auditing standards. All right. And once we do that, then we straight away come to Companies Act. All right. Just to understand how we have to first be appointed in the company. Then once we get appointed in the company, then we'll come back to unit number 6. Understood? So we'll be playing with the units here and there. So it's not like we do chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that only we'll be going, because the concept should be connected to one another. All right. Yes. Let's begin with the first unit today. Nature, scope and significance of auditing. There are 3 things mentioned here. One is your nature and scope. One is your objective and one is your significance of audit. All right. Now, should we refer to your book or should we refer to ICMAI material, sir? My book is not, fallen from the heaven. Okay. I am not an author. My book also is a base of your ICMAI only, but better presented. All right. So that it is convenient for the students to understand, because if you see here, specifically your bifurcation is given. Specifically wherever required, we have considered certain words as bold, and it is easier for me to highlight for you guys as to keywords. What should be the keywords in the answer that you are supposed to write. But since for you case is not there, our job has become much more easier considering the material. So no case questions will be discussed here, but as a part of examples, I'll be discussing a lot of cases. But exam wise, there are no case questions, only direct theory questions they have asked. Okay. So if you see, tabular format is presented better. Okay. So like this, it is easier for you to understand what kind of topics have been discussed. So it's up to you whether you want to refer this or whether you want to refer ICMAI. I feel both have no significant difference. All right. Exam wise, this material should be good enough for you. This material is around 217 pages. All right. In that, 210 pages are content, and from 211 to 217 is question papers. That is your questions. Okay. Yes. Online live. For exam, can we write from your book, sir? Yes. Because like I said, this is picked from where? Your ICMAI material only, but presentation is a little better. Understood? Because sometimes when students see ICMAI material, they get scared. Fonts are very small. Don't know what to highlight. One line if you highlight, you'll highlight in second line also. Okay. So don't worry, you can use this material. If you are uncomfortable using this material, you can always go to ICMAI material. No objection from my side. Okay. At the end of the day, 2 things is what I'm targeting. Number 1, your understanding in the class. Number 2, you have to score in the exam. If these 2 objectives are set, you use mine, you use ICMAI, doesn't matter. Because you come here for understanding purposes. Okay. So I'm not forcing you to use this material. It's your choice. Giving material is my duty. Alright. So material is there. Team will forward it to you today. By today evening, I'll ask them to do it. Right. And then you can get a printout in the class because I will be using this material. Now you have ICMA, you'll have to sit and search where the content is. So meanwhile, my explanation will be going on, so it will be difficult for you guys to cope up with. Got it? Yes? Yes, sir. When will you share this? I've already shared with the team. I'll ask the team to share it today itself. Got it? Yes. Yes, I told you I need a response. Okay, if I don't get response, I'll be bored in the class. I'll be, imagine you are talking to me and I'm sitting like one, doll. Right? So the response won't be good. So you respond, I respond. Forget about whether the answer is correct or answer is wrong. Just try to respond. You have come here to learn. Shall we? Yes. Let's begin with the first topic. Nature, scope, objective and significance. But before that, we need to understand what do you mean by audit? What do you mean by audit? Have you heard about this subject before? Yeah, in BCom. Huh? In BCom. Oh, that means you guys know audit, no? Huh? No, sir. You also know how BCom works, sir. We also know how BCom works. Correct, huh? Yeah? One of the prestigious courses in your career. Right? Tell me, what do you mean by audit? What have you known about audit? Evaluation. Okay, one is evaluation. One is verification. Next, investigation. Next, examination of financial statements. Very good. Examination of FS. Then, what else? Have you done audit before? Have you done audit before? No, right? But I'll prove it to you. You have done it. You have done audit before. Just that you don't know what you have done. Clear? Now, all these words which you have told is very closely linked with audit. Is very closely linked with audit. But these are not specifically audit. It's a part of audit. Alright? There is a difference. There is a difference. Now, when we talk about this subject called as auditing, when we talk about a subject called as auditing, it is based on something. Can you guess that? It is based on something. What is that? Any idea? Because you said audit means what? Evaluation, verification, investigation, examination of what? Financial? Okay. So if it is financial statements, somebody has to prepare that financial statements. Yes. Now who will be preparing that financial statements? On what basis FS is prepared? Cash inflows, outflows, okay. Inflow and outflow. Then what else? Accounting standards. Then what else? Transactions and bills, assets and liabilities, okay. Assets and liabilities, transactions and bills, all transactions are okay, same. Then anything else? All this can be put up in one word or in one phrase. Business operations, yes, we can consider business operations. But if I have to talk, I can cancel all these and write only one phrase called as books of accounts. Now you tell me, cash inflow and outflow recorded in the books? Yes. Accounting standards followed in the books? Yes, sir. Assets and liabilities recorded in the books? Yes. Transactions and bills is always entered in the books? Yes. All transactions are also there. Business operation also there. So you tell anything, it will reach what? Books of accounts. So that is the reason why your paper also talks about what? Corporate, accounting and auditing. So first accounting has to be done properly. Only then we'll be able to check those transactions. So step number one in auditing is what? Accounting. But both that is these books of accounts and your auditing cannot be done by one person. Cannot be done by one person. Why? Tell me why books of accounts as well as audit cannot be done by one person. Why? Isn't it easier that one person only does both? Sorry? Mistakes can happen. But even if two people are preparing or two separate people are doing, mistakes can happen, no? What else? Come on, think about it. The more you think, better your understanding will be. Why? Why can't we do it? Chances for frauds are statutory purposes because they will not express their true and fair view. Very good. Very good. Very good to see certain professional words being used. Requires more time. No. Not because it requires more time. Very simple. If I give you the right to prepare the question paper and then you only should write the answer, what will be the result? Passa, rank. Each one of you will score rank. How? You only know what questions you have prepared. You're only going and studying only those questions, coming and writing in the exam. You will score well. In your school days, no. In case in a class, your classmate is class teacher's son or daughter, and he scores or she scores well, what is the first opinion you will give? Weetle paper edukku. Yes or no? So obviously we'll score. Yes, biasness will be there. Therefore, we are only concerned about auditing. We are not concerned about books of accounts. But having said that, we have to check the books. That's why auditing means nothing but verifying accounts. Clear? Now, who will prepare then? Who will prepare? Now, accounts are prepared by, we'll call them as management or we'll call them as clients. We never call here accountant as such. We tell, because accountant is hired by whom? The management or clients. So we never call them as accountants in the subject. Generally, if you want, you can tell accountants, but in the subject, we call them as clients or management. Clear? Yes or no? Yes, sir. So this is how your first understanding you are having today is what? We are not going to prepare books of accounts. We are not going to rectify them. We are not going to sit and correct them. What are we going to do? Verify them. That's it. Sir, what do we do with verification? After verification, inform them. Who is them here? Management. What they should do? They should sit and correct the books. Now, once they correct the books, can we be silent? No. Again, we'll have to check whether they have corrected properly or not. Is that clear? Got it? Yes. Okay, sir. Now, sir, the question, have you done the audit? The answer is yes, you have done the audit. In a very simple way, how have you done the audit? Let's talk about it. In your school days, have you ever checked your friend's answer sheet? Like exchanges, you have exchanged your neighbor's answer sheet and you have marked. Yes, honestly you have to tell, okay, how many of you have given honest marking? Proper, like without any bias. Not a single time you have considered, giving extra marks or reducing extra marks. Exactly. This is why we don't prepare books of accounts and do audit also. By answer sheet only, you cannot have unbiased way of evaluation. Imagine a company's FS. Crores, 1,000 crores, 10,000 crores, lakhs of crores. crores of crores. And there if we allow such kind of bias, correct or not? If we allow such kind of bias, no, the protest will be for something else only now. So the entire economy will be gone. The system will be corrupted. Therefore, to avoid such bias, we keep them separate. Understood? Clear? Yes or no? Now, practically it is different. We are studying standard wise. Like for example, what we are studying, I'll know that when you go out, you will be like, sir, you told like this, but in our office it is not happening only. It will not happen in many of the offices. You want to see how the standards are followed, how things are gone, according to what is there in the books only. Then you have to go to firms like Big Fours. EY, KPMG, Deloitte, they all follow standards. Now that is the reason why they are Big Fours. Clear? So if you don't follow it, it is very simple. Imagine Ambani, Mukesh Ambani. He wants to get his company audited. Does he want quality or not? Yes. Where is quality? Quality is in following law or breaking the law? Following law. Now, if you keep breaking the law, you might get clients. You may not get bigger clients. Okay. Now, bigger clients, biggest clients if you want, they want quality. If quality is not there, then clients will not come to you. Now, what do you mean by this quality, sir? Imagine you keep breaking the law, keep breaking the law, keep breaking the law. Listed companies will never prefer you. Why? Because for them, their reputation is more important. Correct? And you do something and listed companies get that black mark on their management, they will not like it. That is the reason why what we are studying at the topmost level possible. Now, if you go and do articleship in a small firm or a medium-sized firm where they don't follow standards, they do whatever they feel like, you will always say, audit is only theoretical, sir. We never apply it. You have not seen how it is applied. Clear? Everything has to be applied. Everything that we are learning in the subject is 100% practical. 100%. Just that you don't know where it is followed. Understood? Clear? Okay, sir. So if we want bigger clients, we should always maintain that quality, and the quality will be maintained only when you know the standards and then apply that standards in your career. Understood? Clear? Now you have come to ArivuPro for one reason, that ArivuPro provides quality. Right? Otherwise you would never spend so much money on ArivuPro. Yes or no? Yes. Now what is quality here? See, we give material. Recorded classes are there. Correct, our class will start on time. Ending depends. Because obviously there are some external factors which are out of our control, like power cuts, right? Building issues, infrastructure issues. If there is something like that, then obviously, but more often than not, the timings are maintained. Correct? Material provided on time, support provided on time. Now all these things, only when you give it to the students will like us. Same logic. If you are a professional, if you follow a standard, then only you will get bigger clients. Or otherwise, we'll still get clients. Now, for example, income tax filing season is going on, right? Month end is a due date. All right. A couple of days ago, I had a client whose taxes was not deducted in the entire year by the employer where he is working, because he quit the employment and went to the new employment. So in the new employment, he did not tell the new employer that he had already salary got from previous employer. Now what the previous employer did, his salary was below 12 lakhs, so he did not deduct any taxes. The new employer, only for X number of months he worked, so there also it was less than 12 lakhs, so he also did not deduct tax. So what this fellow thought, entire salary his pocket only, nice it is, jolly life. Now when we are filing the taxes, he's got around 1.3 lakhs payment. And now he is panicking, saying, I am too much under stress, reduce the tax. Now reduce the tax means what? Is it a physiotherapy pain that we massage and it will go down? Reduce the tax means what? You have earned that income. You have received that money. In fact, you have spent also. Now you are supposed to pay income tax, their part of their income. And he's like, no, I will not pay. What do you mean you will not pay? You have to pay, right? Now there are many people in this particular country where they'll fake promise clients saying, don't worry, you will not have to pay any tax. I will ensure you will not pay tax. And they claim all fake expenses. All fake expenses, including severe mental disability also. Where all expenses are possible, they have claimed there. And refund will come. Income tax will give also. You know why? Income tax will give today so that they can take tomorrow. Tomorrow when they come to take, see, in my class, a lot of movie examples will come so that you can relate to it. Alright. So when income tax comes, it's like Singham part 2. In that one dialogue will tell no, Varnal varva tanga mata. Like that income tax will come, will take interest on that refund given, penalty and more than that. And they can charge up to 200% penalty. Tax, 200% of tax amount. Now imagine you are saying, I will not pay, I will not pay, I will not pay. They'll ensure you will pay. If you don't pay, your bank account will be freezed. Your PAN will be freezed. You can't do any transaction. And everywhere you have to give PAN. Correct. And a lot of clients lie also saying, I have not done any transaction in shares. Shares are abdina. And when we saw the clients, now income tax department also has data. When we saw the data maintained with income tax, one client has done 10 lakh worth of transaction in the year. When we asked, shares are, we didn't do only. I have the information in the hand. And still, these are the people who we are dealing with. Where in real life they lie. In real life they lie saying, I have not done anything. Despite having the data, despite having all data, literally all data, date, how many shares you have sold, share price, your share name, price, profit, everything income tax knows. And you in your income tax, you will tell nicely, like a good boy, no income, sir, only salary. Will they believe? No, they used to believe before. They used to believe before. I am not saying income tax is strict. I would say income tax is better. They used to believe whatever people used to say. But what people used to do, misuse them. Take a look at you. When tax starts, you are one among them whose questioning and doubt will be around, how do we break the law? Ibdi panna ibdi, abdi panna ibdi. You will ask such questions where, how do we get away from it? Not how to comply. Clear? We learn how to comply first. Alright? Yes, lawfully within the law, if there are any loopholes to play around with, which department also can't do anything, those are the grey areas which professionals will understand better. So in India, we have rules and regulations on paper. Practically, we do not know. In traffic signal, what do you mean by red light? Then comes what? Yellow. It means what? Get ready, it seems. Green means what? Go. In India, red means go. Yellow means go faster. Green means go fastest. There is no stop. Clear? That is where we see positivity. Clear? So, rule is there. But do you follow is the question? No, we break the rule. We break the rule and blame the government. Ingala signal poduvangala? If they don't put signal, problem. If they put signal, problem. So they also told, anyway they are a problem, we will also become a problem only. We will do what we want, they will do what they want. Are you getting my point? Understood. Clear. Now, one simple example I'll ask you. Currently the protest is going on with respect to the NEET leak and other things, right? Tomorrow, if the system becomes very strict, the same students will have complaints. That system is very strict. Clear. So, as a student, of course, now our professional institutes are stricter when it comes to exams. Correct or not? So, why are we doing this? Because even they, at the back end, they'll also do audit of all these things. What has happened? Why it has happened? Now, obviously, whatever happens, checking them is called audit. Whatever happens. Now, so many things have happened in our country, correct? Now, because, take that neat example only. So many things have happened, right? Now, behind that, they have to sit and do audit. Who is the responsible person for this? Authority. You have to hold someone accountable, right? Same logic in audit also. We find all these mistakes and errors to see who is accountable and hold that person accountable. Is that clear? Understood? So we need to understand audit is nothing but what all you told, checking, verification, etc. But why are we doing? So that the trust is there in the people. If trust is not there, crores of rupees are gone, sir. Many people who invest in the companies are gone. Understood? Although the first few units will be learning like what is audit generally, but we end up connecting with the companies only at the later point of time because we are talking about corporate auditing, corporate accounting and auditing. So we are talking about corporate auditing more often than not. So 90% of our concept revolves around the companies, and we'll be also learning how how to read about the companies, where to read the annual report, everything you will be learning in the most practical way possible. Clear? Understood? Yes. Okay, sir. Now, before I begin, anyone from science background? One. Anyone else? No? Okay. No one? Pakka? Sure? Which combination? In science?
Biomaths.
Biomaths. Okay, good. I am from a science background. Okay, I am a computer science student. PCMC failed. Okay, so I failed science. I took up commerce again. I became a history student. From there, I came to CA. I completed CA. I finished my CS executive also. Right? Then I lost interest in CS. The CS executive, I did it for fun, actually, to be very honest. But then I lost interest in that. So professional I did not do. Then I started my practice. I got into teaching before I qualified as a chartered accountant only. 1 year before only, 1.5 years before only I started. Then practice started, right? And here I am. So in case if you're doubting that background matters, no. Background doesn't matter. Okay? Because what I believe is, at every level, this is very important. Right? Background doesn't matter where you're coming from. Because 11th and 12th, what background you had? No background. To take admission in 11th and 12th, from 10th, what background you had? Nothing, no. 10th, everything you had. You had math, you had social, you had science. It's a different reason that studying or not studying, but subjects were there. 11th, there was no background. Then only you got to know commerce, science, and all those things. Clear? So, background doesn't matter. Good morning, sir. If possible, can you display the attendance QR during break? I will have to leave for college by 12:30. Don't worry, by 12:30 only I'll be showing, but not during break. Okay? Right. So, this is, your mindset, which should be just come here to learn. Alright, come with a curious mind. I know, see, I am also, sorry, I forgot to tell you my important degree, BCom graduate I am. Distinction I have scored in BCom. Okay. Now, honestly, I don't know where I'm using that, degree now. It's been what, I don't even remember when I qualified as a BCom graduate, maybe around 2014-15. But till date, that particular investment has not fetched me a single return. Not a single rupee has been received, but it has happened. But luckily, I'm very happy that I did not spend my entire day doing BCom. I did only 3 hours every day. Evening college, I joined. Okay, only 3 hours every day, I did my BCom. So, one of the most prestigious courses which fetches 0 returns for me. Alright. My wife is a CA, she has not done BCom though. But both are considered equally everywhere we go. So, moral of the story, your BCom degree, please keep it outside when you come to class. Okay. Maybe a little bit of knowledge from there you get it. At least it might give you a kickstart. Alright. So if you have scored rank in BCom, good. Okay. If you have scored 90 plus in 12th, good. Alright. If you have scored 90 plus in 10th, very good. Okay. But every innings is a new start. So that doesn't give you anything here. So in the class, come with a curious mindset. All right. See what is the subject and where you have to learn. And trust me, if you learn this properly, your all 3 years put together of BCom will not give you 1 year salary of CMA. If you do this properly. And obviously Tamil Nadu is a hub of manufacturing. So your CMA is in more demand when it comes to manufacturing entities, right? So understand the seriousness of the course that you guys are doing and go ahead with it. Because first subject, that kick will be there. Okay, when you get to know that, okay, subject is getting little difficult, why 7:30 class sir will sleep? Clear? Yeah, mark my words, and prove me wrong if it is possible. Right? I know that some of them will say, it's okay, we'll sleep, sir. Online live you will attend. Now, if I tell you attendance timings, nicely only during that time will come. Okay, mark your attendance and go. I don't have any issue with that also. You know why? Because my salary is getting paid anyway. You are the one who will be in trouble. So that's why I'm telling you, come with focus, right? Sleep well. If you sleep at 5 o'clock, class at 7:30, you come here and you daydream. There's no point in that. Clear? Surprise attendance in between class, sir. Yes. Clear? Okay, sir. Now let's talk about practical audit that you guys have done. Have you ever gone to a shop with grocery list and money which your mom has asked you to get? Any shop have you gone with a list? Now mom will tell these I want, take, go and get. Yes. Now imagine you go, 6-7 items are there in the list. Alright. Now in this particular list, there will be item number 1, 2, 3, like this will be there. Now that fellow will see whatever is required, he'll pack and give. Let's say the bill came to 88 rupees. 100 rupees was given to you by your mother. What's the change now? 12 rupees. Very good. Smart. See, this is where BCom is useful. 12 rupees is the change that you have. Now imagine it is a summer season. Alright. It's a summer season and just when you got the 12 rupees, one kid came to the shop and bought one ice candy. Okay. Now the question is, are you guys also tempted to eat ice candies? Yes. So what you will do? You will tell the shopkeeper, give one more ice candy for you. Now imagine that he'll charge 2 rupees for that. Okay. How much is the change left now? Nice. 10 rupee left with you. But one thing you forgot here, in the bill the amount is how much? 88. In the hand how much you have? 10 rupee. 88 plus 10 is 98. Right? Now what you will do? What if your mother asks, where is the other 2 rupees? Imagine your mother did not authorize you to eat ice cream. What will you tell? Chocolate, I told you, no authorization to buy all those things. A shopkeeper gave chocolate for 2 rupees, Then you lost it. Very good. Tell it's okay. Tell it's okay. No idea. Now imagine what you do. Fraud mindset. In that shop, one pen will be there. You will take that, donate it to beggar. How can beggar donate it to beggar means you donate it to yourself, 2 rupee ice candy you have purchased, so that means donation for self donation. Okay. Now imagine slowly somewhere you adjust the 2 rupees. Correct? And this you will do slowly 90. Very good. Childhood fraud, check. You go home, your mother is busy in the kitchen, okay, or she's busy because she has to get groceries, so she'll be busy doing her work there. Now you'll keep the groceries on the table and you'll come out because your mother is least bothered about the change. Outside one fellow will be sitting. Or banyan potukittu, lungi kattikittu. In one hand one remote will be there. On the other hand, teacup will be there. Okay, now you are passing through that man. That man will call you, come here. How much money was given to you? 100. What is the, show me the bill. 90. Where is the amount? 10 rupees. Now you have to give that change to your father. But your father figures out that, FD, 88 it should be, generally. How is it 90? What will you tell? Same thing, donated to beggar. Then, see, generally you see, you can lie to your mother, but you will not be giving reasons to your father, because you know if that fellow sits and investigates, he'll become CBI there only. Now imagine you say nothing also, that fellow will tell, that means shopkeeper has fooled you. Come, let's go and ask. Now you will also say, okay, we'll go and ask. You had the opportunity to tell him at that point of time, you did not tell. Right? That was an implied situation where he asked, Appa kitta edavadhu sollumapa? Sollala. He held your hand, went to the shop. Okay, entire journey you could have told. That fellow will go in front of the shop to the shopkeeper, left, right, and center, is asking questions. Shopkeeper is listening to him. After everything, the shopkeeper will tell, 2 rupees candy this fellow has purchased. Has he told you that? Right? Now your father will look at you and ask, is it? You will also look at your father, is it? Now the shopkeeper will tell your father, Nalla pulla pettirga. Fraud. Now, on the way back home, your father's grip on your hand is getting tighter and tighter. You know that day you are gone. Clear? Death day. Step number 1 after reaching home, lock the door. Step number 2, tie the lungi. Step number 3, become Ronaldo. Start kicking. Clear? Kicking. Now your mother will come from kitchen. Why are you hitting? Now your father will tell, don't come in between. Yeah, massage is going on for you. See, Indian parents, they give massage without asking. Right? Buffalo has taken inspiration from our parents only. Nothing will happen to the buffalo, no, when you hit. Same logic. Right? Why? Your father was hitting you and giving you massage and, scolding you and all these things. Why? Because of 2 rupees. Now you will also be thinking, for a 2 rupee, this man is giving value worth of 20,000 rupees. Which barber shop will give you, tell me? 100 rupees, 15 minutes massage, that's it. 2 rupees, half an hour. Not just half an hour, whenever he feels. You see, entire day, he'll see you. Suddenly he'll get angry from nowhere. He'll come and hit you. Therefore, you are actually called as a temple bell. கோயில் வண்டி பார்த்திருக்கீங்களா? அதுக்கு ஒரு டைம் கிடையாது. எவன் வந்தாலும் அடிச்சுட்டு போவான். Right from elder to kids, you are that. You are simply sitting and eating, father will come and hit you. Why? சாப்பிடா பாரு. வேமா சூசுவே கிடையாது. வெக்கமானோ சூடு சார், nothing is there. Now you are feeling hungry. ஹங்கருக்கு தெரியுமா இதெல்லாம்? No. Now you are sitting simply, there also you will start shouting for 2 rupees. Now you will also be thinking, for 2 rupees, why so much of a scene? Your mother will come and say, 2 rupees, it's okay, let it go. Your father has a very different way of compounding. Innikku 2 rupees, naalik 2 kodi. In 24 hours, how he has reached 2 crores, God alone knows. Ade you start business and take capital from your dad and tell, today you give me 20,000. Tomorrow 2 lakhs you'll get. Same father, every. Engandu varum? But 2 rupees to 2 crore. Compounding is crazy. Okay? Now, in the entire scene, we'll replace the characters. Your father is an auditor. Okay? You are the employee and your mother is the management. Correct? Now, what was the employee doing? Fraud of 2 rupees. Your management did not bother to check it. Correct? Your management did not bother to question it. Yes or no? No, he was getting away with that, no? The employee was getting away with that. Now, who caught? The auditor. Now, how did he catch you? Because of the observation. He was alert also. That you went, you got the grocery, 100 rupees was given to you, right? And then he started inquiry on that. He did not trust you. Now, when you said donate it to beggar or chocolate or whatever, he did not trust you. And that is a feature of auditor. And that is how in companies we should be, like your dad. At times, I'll bring your mother nature also in that particular aspect going forward. So, moral of the story, this audit means what? Nothing but being alert. The more alert you are, the more questions you start asking. The more questions you start asking, the more answers you will be revealing. Right? This kind of behavior, if you are having in your audit now, where actually you are silent, you are not asking any questions, you are not responding, then management will tell, sir, daivo sir ninge. You are people like you only should become auditor. Why? Idu sonnala namringa. You will not question, you will not check, nothing you will do, sir. In fact, we'll give you more fees. So that is not who we are. We are supposed to ask questions. We are supposed to find out why there is what it is. Because sometimes, no, everything looks fine. That's where the problem is. Everything is not fine. Everything can't be fine. Correct? You take a bill other than computerized bill. The handwritten bill, if you see in any shop, you think every handwritten bill has every detail in it? No. Invoice number won't be there. Date may not be there. Now, if date is there, address may not be there. So, handwritten bill, many deficiencies are there. That is the reason why we have computerized bill. Once we give information, automatically in every bill it will be included. Correct? Now, these are the observations you should have. An audit you should see even in real life as well, not just in the books. Everywhere you should see audit. Everywhere. I see even in hotel menu card. If there is a spelling mistake also, I will tell the owner, see there is a spelling mistake here. But in the board you have put different, in menu card you have put different. Right? Now in a hotel, in the menu card is there. But when you order, they'll tell it is not there. You should question why. Then they'll tell whether they have removed it totally from the menu or whether today it is not there. We never question, that's our problem. I'm not blaming anyone, but that's our education system. Correct? Simple logic. You all had questioning mind. You all had questioning mind. Why? Hey, you got, when you are born, were you born as a 20-year-old kid only? No. Everyone were innocent like kid only. We start asking more and more questions. But when we start growing up with the same attitude of asking more questions, we were always told to shut up. Yes or no? We were always told. In school, you ask any doubt. 11th and 12th, follow the formula. Correct? Now tell me, we all know one formula called A plus B the whole square. Yes or no? What's the formula? I don't know. A square plus B square? Can you please tell me the entire explanation of that? Like how did it arrive? Why that formula is there? Where do we use? There is concept. There is. Only thing is we don't know. Only thing is we don't know. But you go and ask a math teacher where that formula came from, they'll tell you. They'll draw a square and then they'll tell you this is A, this is B. They'll tell you there is a concept on that. But we have never asked, we have never bothered. And that is how we have learnt also. So don't have that attitude in professional course, because professional course is more towards concept and not just by hearting. Okay. Tables you have learnt, no? In school days. Until where you have learnt tables? Which number? 12. 12 also until 12, 10. Yes or no? 12 into 10. So in life you'll never use anything apart from 12 and anything apart from 10. Now imagine you're getting salary 17,500 per month into 12. Tell me, you have scored 90 plus in math, no? Without using calculators, you tell me. 2 lakh? Abacus, huh? No? Okay, good. 2,10,000. Out of so many people, how many answered? 1. Tomorrow, if you actually see the salary breakup, they'll have gross, DA and other allowances, and then you have reductions. Correct? EPF, PSI, so many deductions are there. If someone says, my salary is 25,367 per month in hand, at the end of the day, you will come and use what? Calculators only. The 12 tens are, 12 ones are, 12 six are is of no use. Are you getting my point? So the moral of the story is we never learnt the way it should be learnt. Right? 11th and 12th, you know golden rules of accounting, don't you? Debit what comes in, credit what goes out. Correct. Debit all expenses and losses, credit all. Very good. Now this is there from my grandfather's time also. And which is why you love accounts. Because accounts is based on a particular set of formula and formats. Of course, concept is there, but we never asked. We never asked. We have scored 85, 90 and all in accounts. But when it comes to corporate accounting now, or when it comes to professional, no, this is not about your formulas. It's about where, what the amount is going and how it is revealed. So here we'll be learning more of concept rather than making you by hearting. But obviously wherever required, I'll give you mnemonics to remember, memorization techniques to remember. We'll be revising in the class as well. But remember, you have to go back and study that. If you don't study that, the content will just fly off. This I can assure you, like 100% assurance I'll give you. You'll forget it. Okay. So audit is nothing but observation, questioning, any doubts you have. Just raise your hands, even in between the concept. Just raise your hands. Now, if I'm in between the concept, I'll note down who had raised your hand, then I will ask a question. Don't worry. Online, you can put it in your chat box. I will still be able to answer it. Don't worry. Okay. Maybe 5-minute lag here and there might be there, but I'll definitely answer it. Is that clear? Got it? Yes. Okay, sir. Now, this is the entire concept of how we do the audit. So, what do you mean by audit? Where did that audit word come from? Auditor. Audit word has come from the Latin word called audiere. What do you mean by that? To hear. Meaning, during those days in King's Court, clear, during King's time, obviously administration, he'll have ministers. So, in his jurisdiction, whatever was happening, he will call one person and he will ask, you tell me where all we have spent, how much we have spent, etc. So what does king used to do? Sit and hear. That concept is what we call as audiere, which has turned into audit. In early days, the person appointed to check the accounts used to hear the explanation from responsible officers, and that's why we call him as auditor. So person who used to hear, we call him auditor that time. Now it has changed. Because now the same concept has been applied in many places. Clear? In broader sense, if we see, the one who does the audit is what we call as an auditor. In narrow sense, the scope is limited to only authenticating. What do you mean by authenticating? Approving. Thereby to assure the accuracy and reliability of statements. Whereas, why do we have to do audit now? Previously, we understand, sir. We understand his money. He wants to know where it has gone, etc. But now it's not even your money, no? It's not your money. Then why you should ask questions? Now imagine you all appoint me as auditor of ArivuPro. My money is not there in ArivuPro, no? Why I should ask questions? Why should I ask questions? I have no interest in that. I am not having any financial interest in that. Why should I ask questions? Think about it. Think about it. In a very simple manner, this is you. Now, when we talk about people, your money was invested in a company. Okay, your money was invested in a company. You put your hard-earned money here, sir. I understand that. Okay, now, what the company is doing with the money? What the company is doing with the money? Very good. Using for business operations. Now the question is, Do you know what business are they doing? Do you know what the business are they doing? No, you don't know. But you have put your money and you have gone to sleep. What they are doing with the money, whether it is legal, whether it is illegal, where the money is going, no clue. Okay, sir. Which means now there is one option where you directly go to the company and ask, what's happening? Tell me. Now, you first tell me, do you know what to ask? Do you know what to ask? Do you know where to check? Do you know how to check? No. Therefore, what you will do? I can't ask straight question here. So, I will appoint one person called as auditor, and this fellow will go and ask question because he has professional knowledge. Yeah, because he has professional knowledge, and that knowledge when he applies, he will go and ask more better questions than you. Now what he should do? He will get response from the company and then he will evaluate and he will tell you in his report. In his what? Report. And in this report, he will tell whether the company is good or company is bad. Are they doing good or are they doing bad? Sir, other way, if company directly says, will you believe? If company directly comes and tells you, I am good, sir, I am using your money properly, don't worry, will you believe? No. Same thing if this guy tells, how will you believe? When this guy tells, how will you believe? Because he has professional knowledge. Number two, they are giving a report. Very good. Number three, this fellow is not biased. You tell me, what will he get? He will not get anything. He will, salary, yes, fees he will get. But fees for the work done, no. Correct? Now, he will not be biased. He will have ethics. Sir, what if he doesn't have ethics? If he doesn't have ethics or if he is biased, we'll take care of him. Institute will take care of him. Correct? That is the entire logic of having an auditor. He cannot just get away if he does something. That is why we need to appoint a CA or the syllabus covers more of this part. Okay. Your next level, that is your CMA final level, will be covering more of operation and management audit. In inter level, little bit of this will be there. But more often than not will be revolving around here only. Because in the entire 3 levels of profession, that is your CA, CMS and CS, CA means what? Auditor. And auditor is CA. So he is that expert guy in that. Okay. So this is the entire concept of how shareholders will appoint a person called as to audit the company. Okay. Company will respond and auditor will report. Whereas shareholder should appoint. Is that clear? Understood? Yes or no? Now see, writing practice, if time permits, we'll be doing in the class. Alright? Because like I said, writing practice is not needed because there is no case. If there is a case, then we'll have to sit and figure out what the question they are asking, where we have to connect and all. Since it's a direct question, no, it's very easy, straightforward. What is the content? Update, copy, paste. Okay? Very easy for us. What we have done in school, college and degree is what we are going to do here when it comes to execution part. not with respect to study part. Execution part is like that only. Alright. Study part is where you need to focus more. Okay. Yes, sir. This is the basic concept of what I mean by audit. Now let's understand technically what I mean by audit. It is independent examination. Now what I mean by independent examination mean? Independent means what? Not under anyone, okay? Independent examination we want. It is not an investigation. Remember, audit and investigation are two different things. Tell me. What else? Independent means what? Not, you told correctly, not under anyone, but under anyone means what? Not being influenced. Clear? Not being influenced. Now, what do you mean by not being influenced? Not being influenced means what? Management will tell you to do like this only. Will you do it? No. Management will tell, sir, hide that information, don't show. Will you do it? That's independence. Management will bribe you. Management will bribe you. Will you take it? That's independence. Let's see whether you will take or not. Imagine you found a fraud of 1 crore rupees. Okay. 1 CR worth of fraud you found. Alright. Now, you tell me, if management offers you 5 CR bribe, will you accept it or not? 5 CR bribe. She's laughing. Will you accept it or not? Huh? See, if you're thinking and if you're giving a slight smile, that means I know that, okay, take. Will you? See, now the no has reduced. Now the no has slightly reduced. Don't take. Rana sir, every month you'll get, sir, 1 crore. Every month you'll get from my side. Now, I can't even hear a single no. From no to exactly, sir. Now this is where independence you have to understand. Now see, you're getting influenced. No, I told 1 CR fraud you found, right? When I told you take 5 CR, you said no. When I told 15, no. When I told 50, And I told you 1 crore every month. Okay, sir, done. Clear. Right. Management has become like Bhavani for you of Master movie. More and more is giving, and you are saying, oh, okay, done. But this is where independence you have to understand. Clear. Now, independent means not getting influenced by outside forces. By what? Outside forces. Clear. So, don't get influenced by outside sources. If they give you a bribe, now you should think one thing, yeah. If they're offering you 50 CR, that means definitely the fraud is not 1. It is definitely more than that, which means you have not done your job properly. And they're giving you so much to hide means something very big they have done. Every month, 1 CR for lifetime, if they're saying, that means definitely they are into something big. And you as auditor should have that particular point of view to see, okay, I won't get influenced by this. Because if you see here, you are representing whom? Shareholders, sir. Tomorrow, just imagine if I tell, let's imagine now ArivuPro will come and tell, sir, finish off the class in 7 weeks, sir, 7 days, sir, don't. Don't take until 9th August. Do one thing. Take by July 31st, finish it off. I'm like, not possible. Don't worry, sir. We'll give you more money. Now you have given fees to them. I am representing whom? ArivuPro. Now you tell me whose words I should listen. Should I listen to ArivuPro or should I be honest and give you what is required? Look at the hypocrisy. See, when these people are telling you, sir, we have appointed you, Nambi, vote sir, please go and do something for the company. Please, my money is involved there. Now you go there, company will bribe you, you will come and tell lies to shareholders. No, sir, their money is involved. Their big money is involved. Therefore, try to understand, you have to give what? Independent examination attitude with obviously you'll have professional knowledge. Okay. So you should have independent examination. You should do of what? Of what? Financial information. Of what? Financial information of any entity. Now any entity means what? Whether you are having profit or not. I don't care. Sir, I understand if profit is there, we going and checking and telling you it is good or bad, I understand. Profit, if it is not there only, why we should audit, sir? If profit only is not there, why should we audit? What's the logic of that? Let's take one example. There is a trust where you have donated, or there is a society where you have donated money. Now imagine these people who gave money to the trust as donation. What should this trust do? This trust should spend that money, no? On whom? On public or affected people. Affected people. Correct? Now, when these people, general public, or rather I will name them as donors. When the donors have donated money to the trust with an intention that you will do good to people, will they question the trust? No. How do you know they'll do good to people? How do you know they'll do good to people? In India, two things work beautifully. Two things work very beautifully. Number one, emotion. Number two, emotion. There's nothing third. These two things work amazingly well. Crazy emotion if you show, you will give. Simple example. In the last 1 year, one of the batches, when the batch was going on, the same topic came up. They're not-for-profit organization we were discussing, and I told the same thing. One of the students told, no sir, nobody can emotionally blackmail me. I said, good, if you have that kind of will. We finished the class, okay, it was in Coimbatore. So we all, I generally have a habit of before going home, I have a coffee and go. So these all students came there, okay, and we were all standing there, we'll have coffee, and one old person came asking for money. Now to that old person, this fellow is telling, I don't have money, how will I give? Now he went and I started laughing there. I said, see, if you have no, tell no. Why are you comparing you and him? Yes, sir, I should make him understand, no. He will tell that then I don't have money, I am doing, all this drama and also he is showing his pocket and say I don't have anything. Then, after 5 minutes, a small girl comes, selling keychains, saying, she told the same dialogue saying, Anna, vangi konganna, please Anna, saapil Anna. Small girl. Okay. This fellow, one keychain, 20 rupees. He bought two. How much? 40 he gave. Not just that. Other students were there. He told them also, you also take, no. And they're like, no, I don't want. It's okay, 20 rupees, what will happen? Right? Other two people took. I was just standing there. He told me also. I said, don't want. No, sir, take, sir. Don't want. Nothing will happen, sir. Everything will happen. I told that girl, I don't want keychain. No, she went. I asked, excuse me. Hello? 5 minutes ago, one old person came. Asked for 10 rupee. நீ என்ன சொன்ன? என்கிட்டே காசு இல்ல. 40 rupees from where you got them? He's like, sir, small kid no sir. சாப்பிடலன்னு சொன்னா. பாத்தியா? கரெக்டா கேட்டியா? Did you have evidence that she did not eat? No. In many cities, these rackets going on. These rackets are there. There will be a group. Clear? This is a standard dialogue which people can tell also. We don't know, no? As an auditor's mind, we do not know. Because I have seen some cases where actually they are lying. In Mumbai, I had seen one of the news. The beggar has bought, that curve LED TV is there, no? Samsung curve at home. Now imagine, I told you, emotion works beautifully. I proved it to him. See, this is the reason why. Forget about you paying. You asked others also to pay now. That girl would have only targeted you, telling this fellow is hard. For 20 rupees I can take from him. She ended up getting 60 more. Isn't that a good thing for her? Yes. So emotions work beautifully. If somebody comes and says, we are a trust doing so and so, you donate 1 crore rupees, huh? No. You have to verify what the trust is doing. Do they have a track record? Are they doing really good to people? Or is it just in the name of trust they're taking money? We absolutely have no idea about it. Is that clear? Got it. Yes. So this is where audit is necessary. Whether you are a trust or whether you are a company, we don't care, sir. We have to do whether you are a profit-oriented entity or not. We have to go and check whether what they're doing is correct or not. Or whatever they have promised, are they doing it or not? Is that clear? Understood. So audit doesn't depend on whether we'll do only profit-oriented company audit. Section 8 company we will not do. No, that is where the problem can be more. Clear. Nowadays that we can't trust the trust also. Right? In the trust we have trust issues. That's where our mind should run. Clear. You should ask questions. Asking questions is not wrong. It is correct. You have to ask questions. If you are too hesitant as a professional, they'll take you easily. Easily they can manipulate you. So you should always ask questions. 90% of the auditors in the company they will not like. They'll hate us. Right? But it's good. It is good. It's okay if they hate us. This is what everyone works for. No. The more better you are, better opportunities you will get. And I'm telling you, big people, successful people, they want quality. So the more quality you maintain, bigger organizations will want you. That's why firms like Big Fours, Big Six and Big Tens, they want to maintain that standard quality so that listed audits we will get. Unlike our smaller entities where they say it's okay, Ra. You know how audit starts in small entities? Imagine you are the client. You come to my office. You tell me your problem. We say, okay, we will take care of your audit. Done. That's it. Where is the documentation? Where is the formal letter? Nothing. Nothing is there. You come to ArivuPro, for example, versus the other academies, small academies, if you have been to, how the admission process happens. You see, you will have more documentation. You will have more reliability that, okay, these are the information that I have. You can hold them accountable if something is wrong. That builds trust. Same logic in audit also. You can hold the auditor liable and you can tell the institute that, see, your CA, CMA, CS, this fellow has done like this. They will take care of it. Okay. Now in your syllabus, now there is one authority which is very important here. Unit 7. National Financial Reporting Authority. Very brutal. You do something wrong. Now the content is only what? 4 pages. Okay. He can make you regret for lifetime. Lifetime. Clear. Now I'll show you simple how much fine they put. How much fine they put. Only that if you know, you will understand. This is their website. Okay. Now you go here. Orders. 103 chartered accountants have been debarred as of now. Clear. That is until January 2025. Now you see, look at the penalty and debarment. Debarment means for the next 5 years you can't do company audit at all. Clear. Look at this, 2 crore rupees. What? Penalty. Alright. On whom? On the firm. 2 crore rupees fine. Done. 5 years, 10 years debar. 10 crore penalty. Do wrong audit. Do. Previously you do wrong audit, you're gone. Clear. Now you're dead. Previously it is there used to be a methodology where we can come out of something, but nowadays it's very very strict and very brutal, right? This is one of the associate of Big Four, right? 10 crore penalty put. All right. Look at this. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. Depending upon how serious the offense was, they will give 6 months also is minimum 6 months. Okay. Minimum to minimum 6 months. It can go up to 10 years as well. Clear. Now, try to understand how difficult it is for you to accept a bribe, do things, and then do whatever you want. Clear. That is the reason why audit becomes more interesting, more practical when you do it in the way it should be learnt.
Sir,
Yes.
check the auditor, sir.
I see. Now, when you prepare the report, you will have to file it with your authority. That is your MCA and other things. Now they will go through that report, right? Now, in companies, for example, you can't be auditor forever. Maximum 5 years. After that, you have to bring a new CA. Now that new CA, when he audits, he will find whatever old CA has done. Right? Now he will there be only for 5 years. Then after that, another new CA will come. He will find what you have done wrong. So ultimately, system will get benefit out of it. Because each other will be fighting, no. Understood? So that is how it works. Sometimes your NFRA will find out, because NFRA is a regulator for you. Whether you're maintaining quality or not, whether you're doing your work properly or not, everything will be governed by these. SEBI is there, central government is there, NFRA is there. These people are enough for you to give you good times in your life if you do something wrong. Now I'll ask a question. Will you accept 50 crore? Penalty, if you see, sometimes, now this is just NFRA's penalty. Companies Act penalty can go up to 8 times of the fees. Now imagine you have charged 50 crore fees. 8 times. Enjoy. Plus debarment. Reliance auditors, their fees is 33 crores. Imagine now they do something. 33 into 8.
2,64.
So such a big amount. Pay as a fine. Then liability. Then you have to compensate for the users who all got affected by your report. You'll have to compensate them also. Aga mottathila understood? So do not do something like that is what system is telling now. Previously it was easy. That's why Satyam scam and all happened. It is still relevant for examples for us. It happened in 2008. Maybe some of you were just born at that point of time, or some of you were not even born at that point of time. Clear? So this is how audit works. This is how the regulation is there. And if SEBI also is entering, no, enjoy. They'll tear you apart one by one. Like how we had in one of the comedy scenes where for Vadivellu they'll take 1 week, they'll keep and hit, then they will give it to some other group. அந்த கும்பல் நல்ல கும்பல்டா. Right? Exactly the same. Exactly the same. So you will not be spared in the system. Clear? So you are a representative. So you need to understand that I'm representing someone. I need to work for that someone. Clear? Yes, sir. Right. I hope you got an idea as to how easy it is to do audit now. Yeah, very easy. Just do what is required in the standards. Don't accept bribe. Don't take anything else, because if you take it, system will take it from you. And we are talking about central government has a separate body, not our ministers. Clear? These are departments. These don't get influenced by these kind of ministers. Okay. According to SA 200, SA means what? Standards on auditing. Standards on auditing. Sir, material I have shared with the team. Can you share it to the class by today afternoon or something? Yeah. Want a mic?
No. Can you just pause it? Pause it, sir. Sitting problem.
What do you mean by that? SA 200 says what? Independent examination of what? Financial information of what? Any entity. Any entity means what here? Proprietor, partnership firm, LLP, company, trust, society, everyone, whether profit oriented or not, and irrespective of size or legal form, meaning whether it is a small company also we do audit, bigger companies also we do audit. Small LLP we do audit, bigger LLPs also we do audit. What is a view of such examination? To express an opinion. Now here, in our profession alone, opinion matters a lot. Our profession means what? Not just CA, we have LLBs and doctors also, but professionals' opinion matters a lot. Why, sir? Based on our opinion only you take decisions. Based on our opinion only you take decisions. Tomorrow if I say this chapter is not important, will you study? No, sir. I like the franga pesringilla. Nalladu. Openly you talk, na? Because that's how students are, sir. If you say not important, or if you're saying this is less important, in both cases, YouTube ad, skip. But imagine now, I tell you that this is not important and you skip. And from this chapter, 10 marks comes. Now what you will do? You will tell that till then you'll be calling me Karthik sir, Karthik sir, Karthik sir. Adukapra sir will be silent. Exactly, sir. Now that means your decision is based on my opinion. So when I give you opinion, I should be more informed about it. I should be knowing what kind of opinion I'm giving. There should be some basis for it. Randomly, I should not come and give an opinion about it. Clear? Which means now I'm going to give you a basic audit cycle. Entire concept of audit will be there in that. Okay, right? So let's talk about it. Don't copy now. You can copy later. Once the cycle is done, I'll ask you to copy. Okay. Now we start. See, whenever we start our audit, what is the base of audit for us? Information. Now, what information we want? Will our client know about it? No. Therefore, client will give us whatever he has. Client will give whatever he has, that is called data. From this data, we pick whatever we want called information. Is nothing but processed data. Clear? So, from the data given to us, we filter out and we take only information. What do we do with that information? What do we do with that information? We check. We examine them. Okay. Now, what do we do after examination? Or how do we do examination? Through procedures, by putting up methodologies, tools, etc. And what do we get out of it? The output of procedure is evidence. That means we get proof of telling whether it is good or bad. Now, procedures are there, we get evidence. What do we do with this evidence, sir? We do not give a report directly. We reach something called as conclusions after evaluating. After evaluating the evidence, because not all evidences are giving us true picture. So, we have to evaluate the evidence and then we'll reach a conclusion. Now, the question is that conclusion, we evaluate the conclusion and we reach a stage called opinion. And this opinion is given in form of a report which is in writing. Clear? Now, this report comes nothing but from the data given by the client. So, if data is not there, then reporting also fails. Clear? If data is not there, reporting also we cannot give. So, if you want to give report, you should give us what? Data. Clear? Data means what? Everything that he has, he will give. Because he does not know what we want and what we don't want. Right? From there, we pick what? Information which we process. We examine them through procedures. We get evidence. We conclude. We give opinion through a written report. Is that clear? Yes. Now, who do we give it to, sir? Who do we give it to? To users. Now, these users can be government, can be shareholders, can be bankers, can be other creditors, can be investors, etc. Understood? Clear? This is your auditing ka introduction as to what do you mean by audit. What do you mean by audit? It is nothing but independent examination of financial information of any entity, whether profit oriented or not, irrespective of its size or legal form, when such an examination is conducted with a view of expressing an opinion. And this is basically from what? SA 200. Standards on audit 200. Is that clear? Yes. Okay. Now you copy this. Now you may copy this. Sir, can you explain Rajesh export scam? Not needed, not needed for you guys now. That scam is, for CA final level, yes. Because the standards which are there in that particular scam, you may not be able to relate to it. But in short, I have explained it in my education page on Instagram. You can go and check the post there. Dana, yes. Tell me, how do we start audit with the data given by the client, and then we pick the information out of it, and then we examine them through procedures. Then we get what? Evidence, conclusions, opinion, and report in the form of writing. Now, why writing, sir? 1 crore users are there. How will you go and tell everyone? You will tell, so the company is good, okay? Bye. So the company is good, okay? Bye. Like that, you'll keep on telling one person, no. So when you give it in writing, you can circulate it to everyone. Each and every user, each and every shareholder will get to know, and therefore it is much better in that aspect. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Right. Therefore, in broader perspective, auditing is a holistic appraisal of all the relevant aspects of the financial. It could be financial, it could be non-financial, depending upon what kind of audit we are doing, of an inquiry sought after a stated purpose. For example, we are only discussing audit of FS. Only financial statements audit we are discussing. Now, what do you mean by other audits, sir? There are so many other audits which you do not know. For example, management audit is there. Whether management is planning perfectly, leading perfectly, all these things will be checking. We have something called as government audit. In government audit also, we will be telling, okay, you have put up a policy. Are you following that or not? Clear. Now, for example, imagine the state government or the central government, they have policies. We will not do like this. You can go and do audit of that. Why? One, very different concept is there, something called as mystery audit. Heard about this? No, mystery audit. Very interesting audit. In this, no, we don't talk about financials. Never about financials. So what do we do? Imagine now you have, let's say West Side. West Side is yours. So you have a clothing business and you have a showroom across the country, and you want to know whether the, why people are not coming to your place, why customer are raising a lot of complaints about it. So what you do, you can do mystery audit. So you'll appoint me, okay, as a CA. Now what I'll do, I will go to your shop as customer, okay, and I will check. You would have been giving me policies, sir. When a customer comes, they should be welcomed like this, they should be spoken like this, they should be asked these set of questions. So you will give me the rules and regulations of your company. Now I will have that in my head, and I will go to the shop posing as a consumer. And how you treat me, that is an evidence for me. That I will compare with whatever you have given, and then I will make a report to you. Now here, did we speak about finance? No. This is called mystery audit. Right? Like this, we have a lot of different kinds of audit called as asset audit, we have liabilities audit, we have inventory audit, stock audit, expense audit, propriety audit is there in government. So many kinds of audit are there. So there is some kind of purpose in every audit. Some kind of purpose will be there. Okay. Now, what are the essential features of auditing? Now, see, wherever, one thing you have to be very clear, wherever I will give as hidden questions, take it very seriously. Because direct questions I am telling, I am not even talking about case. So, wherever hidden questions I write, just note it down. When you get the material, I think it is already shared. Just check it out once in your app or wherever it is, or on WhatsApp or whatever in your group. So it is already shared with you guys. So take a printout tomorrow. Wherever hidden questions I am marking, mark those hidden questions and study as a question and answer format. Clear? Study as a question and answer format. Question is very straightforward. What are the essential features of auditing? These are the essential features. I will highlight certain keywords also. It involves evaluation and verification of what? Relevance, reliability, adequacy of evidence in support of verifiable information. So basically, it's evaluation and verification of verifiable information, or rather information. Anna, what about information? Relevance, reliability, adequacy. Meaning, is evidence enough? Is evidence trustworthy? Is evidence relevant? Relevant means what? Is it logically connected or not? So three things we have to evaluate and verify: relevance, reliability, adequacy of what? Evidence in support of information. In short, we have to, it involves evaluation and verification of information and evidence. Understood? Clear? Number two, it is analytical, critical and investigative review of systems. So basically it involves review of systems. It involves review of systems. Number two. Number three, information may be financial or non-financial. Like I just told you, example, in mystery audit, information may be non-financial. There is one more logic. Have you come across this particular technique called as trend analysis, ratio analysis? Now these all are audit techniques only. Okay, tell me quickly, think with your basic knowledge of commerce and tell me, salary expense, financial or non-financial? Salary amount in P&L, financial, non-financial? Financial. Now how do we calculate salary? Number of employees into salary per employee will get total salary, correct? Huh? Now in that, which is financial, which is non-financial? Salary amount is financial, number of employees are very good. Now without non-financial, we cannot calculate financial there. Therefore, information may be non-financial. Example, number of employees. It may be financial. Example, salary per employee. So obviously we have to verify both. Okay. Now, turnover, that is sales. Imagine I am into trading. How do I calculate sales? I am into trading. How do I calculate sales? Very good. Selling price into number of units sold. Now, non-financial, number of units. Financial, selling price. So without both, we cannot have a audit here. So audit may include both financial as well as non-financial. There should be standards or criteria. This is where I began my class with. Why we should have standards. Quality. Clear. Definitely there should be quality or criteria. If quality is not there, then people will not rely on our report. Clear. They will not rely on our report. Simply know when people say a CA signature, a CMA signature is powerful. Why? Why their signature is so powerful? Why if they say it is okay, it is so influential? You need not tell extravagant stories, but simple things will make their signature so powerful. Why? Because without verifying, we'll never sign. In fact, without verifying twice or thrice, we'll never sign. Understood? That's it. He should have these things. An auditor must have independence. What do you mean by independence? Just now I told you. Not getting influence. Qualified. Obviously, degree must be there. Possessing qualification and certificate of practice. Without COP, you cannot become an auditor. You need to have a COP. What is COP? Certificate of practice. There are two certificates you'll get once you qualified. One is SCOM and one is COP. COM is certificate of membership and COP is certificate of practice. Have you been to the doctor's clinic? Whenever you have gone there, two certificates will be framed. Similarly, when you come to CA's office, two certificates will be framed. One is certificate of membership, one is certificate of practice. Understood? Now, without COP, see COM everyone will have. Everyone who pays membership will get it. But not everyone will have. Then who should have? People who are practicing. Therefore, when we talk about auditor, we are talking about practicing CA or practicing CMA. Got it? Clear? Yes. So who can do audit? Who is doing practice or who is having practice? Okay. Sixth one. It ensures reliability of information, sir. Now, what I mean by reliability of information? Trustworthy, sir. Trusting. Trusting the info. So, there is one more CA. Apart from chartered accountant. Commercial accountant. You know who is this? After BCom or after MCom. Some people want accountants. These are the accountants you call. Normal accountants are there. No, we call them commercial accountants. Right? Now, their report has no value even if they give. They can't give only first of all. Their signature has no less value. In fact, I can say minimal to zero. They may have very good knowledge. Clear? No doubt about it. They may have very good knowledge. But their signature has no value. Because they are not professionally qualified. Okay. You know how? I'll prove it to you. You have not yet qualified to become CMA. No. You are not a qualified CMA. How many of you know, simple logic, how many of you know SA 500? One. How do you know, sir? How? SA 500. Tell me, SA 500, how many of you know? Online, YouTube, you also tell, put in the comment box. Tell me. No one know. Professional knowledge. This is called as professional knowledge. Without having SA 500, you can't do audit. Simple language. Clear. Accounting standards. You all have learned no accounting standards. In your BCom you had no accounting standards, no? Never had a inventory valuation you have never done. Cost or NRV, whichever is lower. No? I think this was there in your 12th only. Valuing closing stock. Yes. Number 2. How to collect evidences. Everything will be discussed. Don't worry. Here. Number two. You have definitely heard last year one of the bigger companies in our country, ITC. Heard about ITC company? Yes, ITC company demerged. ITC company demerged. Now, when you get demerged, there are certain things that has to be done. Similarly, when you get merged, there are certain things that has to be done. So when we get merged or when we buy a company, we call it as amalgamation. Okay. I don't know if it was there in your degree or not, amalgamation. Which standard do you follow in amalgamation? Which standard do you follow in amalgamation? Amalgamation you have done. Purchase consideration was there. Capital reserve, goodwill. All these are there. But which standard do you follow? AS 14 is applicable. Right? So we need to understand which area, what standards are applicable. This is called as professional knowledge. There's a difference between you going to a doctor versus you going to a compounder. Versus going to a medical and telling them, Talavalikide, give me a tablet. That fellow will give one thing. Understood? Students do all these things, over-the-counter medicine. In fact, for example, do you know antibiotics should not be given without prescription? How many medicals will give? That's why, now this is called observation. That's why if you see in that prescription, no, they'll write like this. On top, they'll write like this. That means it is a prescribed medicines. Not randomly you can go and take over-the-counter, OTC. It's not OTC, over-the-counter medicine. It's prescribed medicine. You have to go give the prescription, then only they will give. There are a lot of medicines like that. Now when you go to a doctor, he'll talk in his language, which you will not understand. Then he will explain in normal language. That is called as professional knowledge. So in what scenario, what to apply, what now recently it happened. Classic example of how you need to go to a professional only. Correct. I went to professionals only, but there are different kinds of professionals. So I had some skin issue. So I went to a dermat once. That dermat suggested we'll have to do a laser treatment. And per treatment it will cost 6,000 rupees. I asked how many treatments, how many sessions we have to do. That depends. I'm like, okay, then tell me a budget. I will keep separate. I'll save money first. Then she said, initially we'll do one session and then we'll see how it works and then we'll go ahead with. I said, okay. Now, I didn't feel good about it. Okay, so I'm like, I'll think about it and come. Now, then suddenly I remembered that I had one more dermat which I did not consult with. So I went to him, my old dermat. I went to him and I told him, this is a problem. What am I supposed to? I was suggested laser. He said, not required. Laser not required. Okay, you do one thing. Today I will give you one treatment. After 1 week, another treatment I'll give you. Then once you come back from Chennai, you consult me. That time we'll see. Okay, the irritation was there. The problem was there since 1.5 years. So I kept on consulting. For once for all, she said, laser will do permanent problem solution. I went to this guy. Nothing he did. Okay, there is a treatment called as cryotherapy. Cryotherapy means liquid nitrogen. They will spray on that particular skin, that area. So he did once, and he gave very strong acid to apply every night. I did that. One week after that, I went again. One more session I did. In 2 weeks, problem solved. You know what was the cost I paid? 1,250 rupees plus 500 consultation. Even if I take maximum 3,000 also, where is 3? Total solution, 6 per session. Plus consultation where? Plus medicines. Clear. So obviously, sir, now people don't trust. You tell me. Simple logic you tell me. whenever there is any medical issues, do you randomly go to a doctor or do you ask people? Do you consult people, take second opinion, ask known people and then go to a doctor? Do you straight away walk into a doctor's clinic? Why? Exactly. Because you're scared. We don't know what will happen. And that kind of things should not happen is what people say. Even they are professionals. Even they have ethics, they have board. Clear? Similarly, lawyers, they have board, they have bar council. Similarly, CAs have ICA, CMA has ICMA. Now, if your institute becomes more and more stricter, more and more respect you will get. If their syllabus gets more and more stricter, more and more respect you will get. Now, you might think the syllabus is so difficult, but trust me, when you clear out of this, now the respect you get is immense. Right? Now, I'll just show you one particular stat. Okay, one particular stat, and then you will see how good the result was. This is CA final November 2015 result. 5.75%. That means 6 people, even if I round off, out of 100 will clear, has cleared. Now it is brutal. In fact, it is hell. 94% failed. In professional courses, failure is more. In CA specifically. Correct. Now, in this attempt, my best friend cleared finals. Without coaching. Okay. 3 to 4 months of studies on his own. Clear. Scored 2 exemptions and cleared both groups in one shot. Today is working in a company, right? He's getting very good salary. I've never seen him complain about anything. Even if the syllabus gets difficult, even if the course gets difficult, even if the results are difficult, if you are in the right track, you will still clear. Now, I will be very proud to tell, out of that 5.75, my friend is one of them. We started CA together. I cleared 3 years later. Why? Obviously, sir, process, the way we study, right? We get distracted at times, clear? So, if the process is there, then obviously you'll be able to achieve that, and that brings value to the table. Clear? So, we have to rely on information, but only when we rely, as a chartered accountant, as CMA, only when we rely, people will rely. Because when we don't trust only, people will not be able to trust, and that is feature of audit. Reliability about information and authenticity of assertions. Assertions means statements. Statements means what? Saying something, claiming something. This is mine, this asset is mine. Now, those are statements. Now, I need to verify whether it is yours or not. Simple example. Imagine tomorrow weekend, Sunday. Imagine after class gets over, on Instagram I'll put one nice picture. You know what picture it is? Imagine I'm standing next to a Range Rover Sport, black color, matte black Range Rover Sport. I'm standing there and I just put one black heart in the caption. Avloda. And I will upload it. What will people think? I bought a car, or that car is mine. Correct. Now see, I get coolie of 500 per day. Okay, now you'll be like, sir, with this coolie, how come, sir, Range Rover and all you are buying? Now, did I ever claim that it is mine? Have I written anywhere it is mine? Exactly. Perception. Perspective. So, you need to get evidence about it. Don't assume it. Just because in the management's balance sheet there is car, that doesn't mean it is management's car only. Go and verify it. Ask for proof. Do you have invoice of this car? I want to check RC. Not like policemen. License and all you don't check. RC you check whether the car is in the name of the client or not. If somebody says I have a debtors of 4 crore, verify whether debtors are of 4 crores or not. If somebody says I have a loan of 10 CR in the balance sheet, don't just blindly believe. Go and ask whether 10 CR loan is there or not. Loan certificate you take, statements you take. Is that clear? Got it? Yes, sir. So it ensures what? Reliability of information, authenticity of assertions of any enterprise, whether profit oriented or not. We have already studied these things. Whether required by law or not to form an opinion. And what kind of opinion? Whether it gives true and fair view. What is true and fair view? Everything what is there is pertaining to business only, sir. Nothing personal there. Is that clear? Understood? Yes or no? Yes, sir. So how many features are there? 6 features are there. Feature number 1. It involves evaluation of verification. Now, do you have notes with you? Notebook? Not the textbook. Notebook you have? Now, I will just tell you how to draft short notes as well for revision purposes, but not for writing in the exam. It's just for remembrance of points, because you have to remember a lot of points. Alright? Give the heading Essential Features of Auditing. Essential Features of Auditing. Point number 1. Point number 1 involves evaluation and verification of information and evidence Point number 2. It involves review of system. Put a dash, same sentence. Accounting and ICS. Accounting and ICS. ICS is internal control system. Next point. There is standards and criteria for evaluation. There is standards and criteria for evaluation. Next point. The professional should have competence, independence, qualification, and COP. Now these are multiple points put in one point actually in the material, and COP. Next point. Ensures reliability of information. And authenticity and authenticity of of assertions of assertions of assertions. Next point. enables opinion with respect to true and fair view. With respect to true and fair view. With respect to true and fair view. Full stop. Okay. Now once your book is there with you, that is your material is there with you, what I generally do in the classes, first I will discuss, okay, with your response. I will discuss with your response, and then we will try to revise together. All right. Wherever required, we'll be writing short points, and then I will give you time to revise on your own. All right. Just 2 minutes to 5 minutes is what maximum will be taking for your revision. Now, revision when you're doing, don't read word by word, point by point. In that, what is important, right? Our short notes are there. Just go through that quickly. Yes. Now, why? Because I want you to finish off the entire cycle in the class itself. That way, any doubts you have in any of the points, you can ask in the class and get it clarified. Because I know you, after class, you revising after going home is like a rare event after a point of time. Now, that habit, if you don't develop now, it will be a little difficult going forward. That's as simple as it. Okay. So, this is how we will be going. Now, what we did just now is, we discussed, and with your response, I discussed, then revised. Now, we have given the short points. Okay. Now, since you have written the short points, quickly go through that particular short points. Can I write in own language in exam, or I have to write textbook language? See, own language means, as long as you are covering majority of the words or majority of the concept in the points, you'll still get marks. Don't worry about that. But too much of own language will not fetch you marks, like BCom. I know what question, what is the answer that you are referring to. Next question I will only ask and I will only answer. For 7 marks, how many pages I should write? There is no page-wise marking here. Okay, content. Exactly what content they have given, that content should be there in the answer sheet. Clear? Exactly means what? I'm talking about the content. Extra content you don't develop. Okay, but whatever is there in that, at least if you're able to execute the language, around 60% of the language, if you're able to execute, good enough, not a problem. Okay, right, sir. Now tell me, what are the points we discussed? First one is what? Evaluation and verification of information and evidence. Number 2, review of system. Right. Number 3, standards and criteria. Number 4, you should have what? Competence, independence, qualification, COP. Then, reliability of information. Last one. Now, one more point you write. It may involve financial or non-financial information. It may involve financial or non-financial information. Non-financial information. Okay, right. Now, 2 minutes time for you, revise on your own. Sir, I'm not strong in theory subjects. How should I prepare for these subject? Very simple. Theory subject, see, first of all, I don't believe it's a theory subject. Okay. Definition of theory, I will tell you. Students have totally misunderstood. Okay. System has, done so much damage that anything that is where you use calculator is a practical subject for you. Anything where you don't use calculators, where you sit and listen and just write, that is called theory subject for you. Okay. Now I'll prove it to you that everything is practical subject only. Income tax, theory or practical? Okay. Tell me solve one problem without studying Income Tax Act. One question you solve and show it to me without studying Income Tax Act. Now, business law paper, theory or practical? Income tax also is a law only, by the way. Income Tax Act 1961 is what you study. Companies Act 2030 is what you study. But no, corporate law is theory, taxation is practical. Why? Because we solve problems in tax, therefore practical. We don't solve problems in law, that's why theory. When a client comes, clients will come with problems of both. Okay, just because numbers are there, it is not practical. Just because numbers are not there, it is not theory. Or it also is practical. When a client comes, he'll come with one full package. You can't tell. See, audit is theory, I don't like. Your income tax, I will handle. Audit you give to someone else. Because that is theory, I don't like it. Okay, that is not how it is. Theory means those content which is not executed in practical world. That is theory. Okay, that is called theory. It is not a theory subject, number one. But again, how do we revise so much of content, sir? So I will tell how to revise and how to remember. The more you revise, the better the retention is. Triple R. Revise, retain, repeat. Clear? These are the only things you have to focus on. The n number of times you revise, that many times you'll remember. Okay, I'll tell you the analogy for this also. Do you remember song lyrics? How many times have you written and studied that? No, sir. You have never written that, no. But exactly the tune, the tone, the movie, expressions of the characters, everything you'll remember. That is because of revision. You would have listened to that songs n number of times. Right? That's why you remember. First thing, revise. Second thing, do not revise under pressure. If you revise under pressure, you will not retain it. Full stop. Done. Which song have you listened to under pressure? None of the songs. And that's why you remember better, because your mind was more calmer to absorb that information. Understood? Exactly, sir. Once you'll watch the movie, but you'll remember half of the movie. More than the producer, you will know the movie now. That's because of that intensity which with you were watching that movie. No one was under pressure or something. So the more you revise, the more better it is for you guys. There is nothing called as I am weak in this subject or I am strong in that subject. Weakness and strength comes from number of times you have studied. You study on subject more, you become stronger. You don't study on subject more, you become weaker. We always believe in training the weak muscle more. But you always believe in studying the strong subject always. Accounts favorite. So audit is difficult, take up accounts. Law difficult, take up accounts. Tax difficult, take up accounts. And the accounts partha 11th accounts, 12th accounts, BCom 3 years accounts. Now in CMA also, if you are saying accounts is favorite, all other subjects will be weak only. So the more you work on these subjects, the more strength you will gain. So revise. The more you revise, the better for you. That's the only tip I can give you. Okay. But in the class, you should be present first. Without being present, when I'm explaining, when you don't understand the concept, then revision also is pure by hearting. Okay. Right, sir. So we are done with the essential features. What are the essential features? How many points are there? 7 points are there. Correct? One extra point I have given. Right? What are the 7 points? First one. Evaluation and verification of information and evidence. Number 2. Standards or criteria is also there. Next. Competence, independence, qualification and COP. Next. Reliability of information, authenticity of. Yes. And finally, give an opinion with respect to true and fair view. Understood? 7-mark question. Now we don't have any other breakup. So any question which I am telling from now onwards, when I say hidden question, it is purely for 7 marks. Your exam system is very simple. Just 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. Tala for a reason. Understood? Clear. Next. Now, nature of auditing, which I already told you what is auditing, independent examination of any entity. Now, what is the nature of auditing, sir? Straight away talk about this. Emphasizes. Definition emphasizes on the following. What is that? Information under audit need not necessarily be accounting information. We have already studied it can be financial or non-financial. However, it must be in a verifiable form. What in a verifiable form? I should be able to check it. Only then audit will be successful. Need not be always amount. It can be non-financial as well. There should be standards or criteria for evaluation. Again, same topic only. Yes, you should not only be a competent person, but also should have what kind of attitude? Independent attitude, which means we already covered that in the previous definition. See, when you conceptually cover it, no, more often than not, the next topic becomes easier for you. Alright, so this is given by these people. Okay, if now MCQs I can play around with. So wherever I mark it as MCQ, no, that is like me as an examiner asking you questions. Clear? Now, sir, I will put a hash mark and say MCQ. Wherever I mark as MCQ, focus more on those things. Alright. Now that is because I am thinking like an examiner and giving you questions. In your main exam, anything can be asked. Alright. Good news about it is, in MCQ there is no negative marking for you. Whatever that 30 marks MCQ you have, no negative markings. Isn't that good for you? Yes. So, moral of the story, even if you don't know the answer, pinky, ponky, right one answer. Why? There is no negative marks anyway. What if you still get 2 marks out of it? So, you know answer will be one of the 4 only. So, even if you don't know, attempt this. So, 15 questions out of 15 must be attempted. Okay? Right, so that is with respect to your definition. Now, we need to understand difference between accounting and auditing. Then we have to understand the difference between audit and investigation. Right? Now, three things. What do you mean by accounting? What do you mean by auditing, and what they mean by investigation. Now here you'll understand there are differences between accounting, auditing, and investigation. Now accounting is very simple for us. Your 11th and 12th definition, the art of, see, classification, summarization, yes or no? So basically here we are trying to record. Clear? We are trying to what? Record. Whereas what is auditing? Checking what you have recorded. Clear? Checking what you have recorded. Understood. I'll not get into the investigation now. Let's only talk about this portion first. Then we'll talk about this portion. Okay? Right. So second one. It is recording the transaction at the time of occurrence. So therefore, what is happening here? Timing is very important. At the time of transaction. Okay? At the time of transaction. Whereas auditing, post-mortem examination, meaning what? After recording of transaction. Clear? Third difference is what, sir? It measures the business events in monetary terms, records them, and communicates the financial results through FS, whereas auditors review the records to form an opinion. Here, monetary value in FS is the output, whereas here, opinion on financial statements is the output. Clear? See, such a big point, we can put in few phrases. Now, when you keep revising this, retention is better. But how to revise going forward also, I will tell you. Danger to tell any tips to students. You know why? You will revise only this and go and write. You should not write these. This is only for retention purposes. Understood? Okay, sir. Fourth, the primary responsibilities of management towards shareholders to maintain the financial records. I told you, I am not going to prepare FS. Who's going to prepare FS? You said accountant. I told you what words you have to use. Management or clients. Therefore, auditor is an independent person appointed to review the. Therefore, here, management should maintain the records. Auditor reviews the records. Okay. Therefore, here, management maintains, auditor reviews. Okay, fifth one. Accountant is not expected to review or report, but to report on compilation to the management. So obviously we will not report on the FS, whereas we are supposed to submit a report. No reporting. Report to users. Report to users. Okay. User means who here? It could be owners also, because in a textbook they have given owners. We'll use it as owners only. Got it. Next, accountant works for the management. Whereas here, independent person to the owners or shareholders and not to management. Understood? Works for shareholders. Understood? Next, no liability is there in accounting. Like I told you, if commercial accountant does something wrong, who will take care of them? No one. Management should know what they have done something. What action they'll do maximum? They'll fire them. That's it. No. They'll get one more job. Try that in CA or CMA. They'll ensure you'll not get job also. Now see, 10-year debarment means what? You will not get job anywhere. Company audit is, you're banned from company audit. Clear? So obviously here liability is very less. Whereas here, you can be held liable to third parties also. Understood? Not liable for third parties liable for third parties. Okay, here maintenance may not be mandatory for small individuals, or it could be exempt for various individuals or small partnership. What do I mean by that here? Books of accounts not mandatory, audit also not mandatory for many. All right, but yes, may be mandatory under other laws. Similarly, here could be mandatory under other laws. Technically, no, there is no difference here. But your syllabus has covered this as a difference, so that's why I'm covering it as a difference. Technically, no difference at all. You know why? What's the logic behind it? If accounts is not mandatory, how will you do audit? If audit is mandatory, you have to maintain anyway account. So it is same. It goes hand in hand. Okay. Next, accounting is done as per Ind AS, whereas auditing is done as per SA. Ind AS applicable, SA applicable. Simple. Now you see how short and sweet our notes look for revision purposes. Now how you have to revise this once you have done with this. So what do you do? Point by point you try to understand. Okay, this is what it is, this is what it is. Then you revise this. But in the exam, you will have to write at least 60-70% of this content. Every line 60-70% should match at least. Is that clear? Simple English you use and create a sentence, no issues at all. Is that clear? Got it? This is the difference between accounting and auditing. Yes. What is the difference? First one. Accounting is maintaining records. Auditing is checking those records. Number two. When is accounting done? When is audit done? Very good. Accounting is what? Auditing is what? Giving opinion on FS. Accounting is maintained by? Audit is done by? Reporting. No reporting in accounts. Reporting it to owners in the audit. Accountant works for whom? Whereas auditor represents whom? Is accountant liable for third parties? No. Auditor? Yes. Is books of accounts mandatory? Similarly, is audit mandatory? No. Accounts are prepared based on Ind AS, whereas audit is prepared based on yes. Understood? Good. Yes. Alright, so this is your accounting and auditing, right? If you have not written it down, no problem. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll revise once more. Then we'll write in the notes. Got it? Yes. 30 minutes break. We'll be back. Shall we continue? Yes. Online, confirm if you can hear me. Is the audio fine? Okay. Now today alone I'll be displaying the attendance now so that you get used to it. You will have to put your AP ID, I think. Yes. Dana. Done. Got to scan. It'll keep refreshing. The QR keeps refreshing. So within 2 minutes you have to put your attendance once you scan it. Can you see the status bar there? Side left. It's decreasing. Yes. Within that you have to finish your attendance. Otherwise it will refresh again. Online, see once, can you see that it's in orange color? Correct? Again it will refresh. So you'll have to, once you scan within 2 minutes, within 120 seconds, you have to put your attendance. Now if you have scanned now, you won't be able to mark because again you only have what, 7 seconds left there. See, it got refreshed, so better put it fast. Done? What is the error you guys are getting online? See, that's why those who couldn't mark attendance, check it out once again. What error is showing at online? Offline? Any issues you guys are facing? No? Done? Online confirm? Those who could not mark or any issue you guys have faced, please raise a ticket. Raise a ticket, help at ArivuPro. Help at ArivuPro.com and they will help you out. Okay? Because I can see offline, they have marked their attendance. Online, like I said, see here you have within this you're supposed to mark your attendance. If it is not possible, then it will come as you're not able to mark the attendance. Got it? Okay, try for one last time others in online. Yes, try it out. Done? Yes? Okay. Those who couldn't mark, please raise a ticket and help at ArivuPro and they shall help you out. Okay, let's continue. We were discussing with respect to what? Accounting and auditing differences. And what's the first difference we saw? Accounting is recording, examining. Accounting is at the time of transaction. Audit is after recording. Accounting is monetary value output. Here output is opinion. Who maintains books of accounts? Management. And what do? Review. In accounting, no reporting. In auditing, reporting is there. Accountant works for the management. We work for shareholders. They are not liable to third parties. We are liable to third parties. For both, it is not mandatory depending upon the law that we are in. Then, for accounting, what standards are applicable? Ind AS, and for us it is. Now, you will be studying accounting standards going forward. Accounting standards and Ind AS are two different concepts. Okay. In all the companies right now are following Ind AS. The non-companies, proprietors and all, they are following accounting standards. So when we talk about Ind AS, like I told you, our subject name is what? So all the corporates are following Ind AS. Alright? Okay, sir. This is with respect to your accounting and auditing. Let's talk about the difference between audit and investigation. Now what do I mean by investigation? In investigation versus audit, same, very similar. Here if you see independent examination of evidence underlying the accounting or other data. Now what is investigation? It may be defined as examination of accounts and records with a view to ascertain fact for some special purpose. So when we do not investigate regularly, we investigate only for a specific purpose, right? There is a concept where, let's say I want to buy a company. If I want to buy a company, forget company, general example we'll take. In many parts of India, today also, now imagine there is a person who wants to get married to another person. It's an arranged marriage. Or it could be a love marriage also, but the parents got to know later. Now what the family will do, the family will run a background check of the other person. Okay, so technically there are businesses where they hire agencies. Okay, they hire these spying agencies where they get the entire background check of you, right? Which school you went to, which college you went to, how many qualifications you have. Clear? So all these background information they will take and they'll prepare a report. Now this is actually called investigation. Why? Because recently in one of the in Karnataka High Court, recently one case happened where see, I am not any gender bias or something. I'm just giving you examples here. My personal opinion never enters the classroom. All right. So in this case, what happened? It went to High Court where one woman was getting married every now and then, once in 6 months. Okay. And 6 months down the lane, she is divorcing every husband and claiming alimony. Every 6 months. And when it went to court, in the court, the hearing when it was happening, it was a sixth husband. Right, and the judge was surprised, saying, "Is this actually a case or it is a bogus case?" Right? Then court ordered for removing such things and saying, "No, something has to be done with respect to this. Please probe investigation. Investigation is an enquiry." Right? Because the pattern is same. Every case 6 months. See, right after 6 months, she'll file a case for alimony. And one more marriage, right after 6, one more alimony. Right? So now if you see these kind of pattern in the specific purpose, only for the specific purpose, we can order one investigation. Now there. Similarly in company, I want to purchase a company. Now company's financial statements will look very good because obviously they would have hired an auditor. Okay, now we don't know, technically we believe he's unbiased, right? So imagine he says no problem in this financial statements at all. Now I can't buy straight away like that. No. So what I will do, I will appoint an investigator and I will tell, investigate this company, everything about the company. Now this fellow will sit and take everything. This is called as due diligence and investigation. Okay, everything. When was the asset purchased, and whether the asset is used for the business or not, loans, sales, turnover, policies, everything he will check and prepare an investigation report. So in investigation, we give 100% assurance. Whereas in case of audit, it is always less than 100%. Right? We always say in audit, we give reasonable assurance. We never give absolute assurance. Whereas in investigation, we have to give absolute assurance. Clear? So investigation is for special purpose, whereas audit is not for special purpose. It with the view of to ascertain true and fair view of financial statements. Clear? Now here, if you see, the points are little different compared to accounting and auditing. Understood? Clear? Okay, sir. Scope. So what is the scope of audit? It has a wide scope. In stat audit, the scope is only determined by the law, and in case of private, determined by the client. What do you mean by scope? Scope means what? Now you tell, no, CMA panna nalla scope irukku sir. What do you mean by that scope? Options, opportunities. Rather than options, I can say it as opportunities, but if I have to put in technical sense, boundary. Scope means what? Boundary. Now, if you have a bigger boundary, you have a larger scope, is what we say. So in audit, the scope is defined by law. Law will tell us how far we can go and check. You can't go beyond that. So in auditing, the scope is defined by who? Law or client. Whereas in case of investigation, the scope with respect to is only for that period or area to be covered. Now if client comes and says, do only 1 month ka investigation, I can't go beyond that. In audit, if they say 1 year audit you do, I can't go beyond that. So here specific period or specific areas, whereas in case of audit, multiple areas and multiple periods will be covered. Third, objective. What is the objective here? Truth and fairness. Whereas here, special purpose. Again, technically makes no sense here when they say special purpose, because here also they are told special purpose only. But if I have to put it in objective sense, here truth and fairness, here absolute truth. Technically, it should be absolute truth. Okay. Procedure. Here we do procedure based on generally accepted auditing principles. Whereas here it involves an extended auditing procedure, meaning we go in depth. Here we go in depth. There we do not go in depth. Evidence. We evaluate accounting records based on persuasive evidence. Persuasive. What is persuasive? Have you heard about the word pursue? Convince. Right? So whatever evidence is convincing for us, we go beyond that. Okay. So here it is more of convincing evidence, whereas here it is more of conclusive evidence. Meaning, in investigation, you can never take a risk of saying, I don't think fraud is there. That is not investigation. Investigation is fraud is there, fraud is not there. Whereas in audit, we can say, as much as we have taken examination, fraud is not there. Now, those areas where you have not checked, fraud may be there, may not be there. In the Madri opinion is audit. Investigation, fraud is there or fraud is not there. There you can't say, I think, no, nothing like that. It is there or not there. Straightforward, cutthroat. Clear? Approach. Skeptical and not suspicious. Skeptical means what here? Questioning mind. Whereas there suspicion means what? Doubtful mind always. We always start with the doubt in investigation. In audit, we never start with doubt. In audit, we start with thinking client is good only. Whereas in investigation, we start only with the mindset that client is fraud. That's a difference in mindset. Why? Huge difference. When I'm thinking you are good and you're compliant with all the law, I'll be having a different mindset. But when I'm suspicious in my head about you, my questioning will be different. Everything that you do, I'll start doubting. Clear? Periodicity, it is a routine exercise, whereas here, spread over a period longer than 1 year, sir. So when I go and investigate, it is more than a year. More than a year means what? It could be 14 months, 18 months, 15 months, anything. Clear? Depending upon the investigation order. Alright? Right. Again, here we have 7 points. I'll write here audit and investigation separately, because points are not similar to merge. Here we obtain true and fair view, whereas here special purpose, or rather in that also true and correct view. Okay. Second, scope. Defined by law or client. Whereas here, specific period or area. Okay. Third, objective, truth and fairness, truth and correctness. Here we give reasonable assurance. Here we give absolute assurance. You can write with me also, no problem. You need not wait for me to complete. One side we give reasonable, one side we give absolute assurance. Alright. Next point here is what? We use gap here, there we go in depth. We do not verify in depth. Generally we go in depth generally. Next, here we go for persuasive evidence. Here we go for conclusive evidence. Okay. Here we go with skeptical mind. Here we go with suspicious mind. Skeptical mind and suspicious mind. Okay. Finally, last point, period. Here it's a routine for us, and there it is special purpose. Routine, that is within a year, more than a year. More than a year. Right. These are the points which we could revise with when it comes to audit and investigation. Accounting and audit, anyone? We didn't copy, right? Okay, we'll copy now. Accounting and auditing difference. In fact, in your real question paper, when you see, your auditing questions are not even more than 1/3 of the page. Not even 1/3. Just 3 questions are there for you. A and B, A and B, A and B. Done. Done until here. Can I scroll? Done. Done. So first question today we discussed is essential features. Second is difference between audit and accounts. Third is difference between audit and investigation. Clear? Okay, sir. So what you could do is in your notes, maintain one sheet separately, right? Maybe first page of the chapter. Now, whenever we are writing, now we have started first chapter. No, next unit when we are starting, leave the first page or something like that, and we'll write the questions there, only the questions. So you have an idea how many questions are there in these units, so that you can study properly. Maybe you can keep a target of I'll study 3 questions today or 4 questions today, that way. Because for each question and answer, mode of exams are not case based, so it makes your job also more easier. So as and when we are done with the questions, note down in your sheet. Okay, 3 questions did we did first. One is what? Essential features, difference between accounts and audit and investigation. So you can write there and keep question 1, question 2, question 3. Done online. Shall we continue? Offline, anybody still pending? No? Shall we continue? Online confirm? Confirm? Yes. Okay, sir. Let's move on now. Let's move on to the next topic. What is my objective? Why are we doing audit, sir? Yes, we have to do audit and all those things, correct, but what is the main objective of audit? I'll first highlight one by one, then we will go ahead with it. Now, objective they have given, but more than objective, they have spoken about scope of audit. Like I told you, what do you mean by scope? Boundaries, which we cannot go beyond. Clear? So, scope they will tell what kind of scope, sir. This is my question number 4 of the chapter. Alright. Fourth question. Explain the scope of audit. The scope of audit. Now, 3 things I have told you. Okay. And then we'll be talking about the next question, that is basic principles governing the audit. Now, it is not that every time you should have more than 4 or 5 points or only 7 points if it is there, it's a 7-mark question. Sometimes they can ask you 3 points also for 7 marks because of the concept that is available there. So what is the scope? Number 1, you have to evaluate the reliability and sufficiency of information and take appropriate audit procedures, meaning perform procedures for this purpose. It may include compliance procedure or substantive procedure. So basically what? Point number 1. In your notes, give the question. Explain the scope of audit. First point. Explain the scope of audit. First point. Evaluate. Reliability and sufficiency. Evaluate. Reliability and sufficiency. Reliability and sufficiency of information in the records. Evaluate reliability and sufficiency. Where are these? In the records and perform audit procedures. Okay. Now, when I talk about audit procedures, there are 2 kinds of procedures. One is called as test of controls. One is called as what? Test of controls. And one more is called as substantive procedures. One is called as test of controls, one is called as substantive procedures. Now, write like how I am writing only here. In your current paragraph, they have not told test of controls. They have told a word called compliance. So, compliance procedures are nothing but test of controls, but we will still not write test of controls in your answers. We'll be still writing what? Yes, compliance. Now it's okay. You also cut and write, because you should know that going forward there will be test of controls. So you should know now only that these are not 2 different concepts. These are same concept called as compliance procedures. Right. So how many procedures are there? 2. One is compliance. One is called substantive procedures. Is that understood? Clear? Okay. So what is the first scope? Evaluate sufficiency where and perform what kind of procedures? Compliance procedures. Very good. Second one, Determine whether information is disclosed in the FS in conformity with applicable generally accepted accounting principles and statutory requirements. So basically, second scope is what? Ensure relevant disclosures are given. Disclosures are given. Now, who tells you what disclosure to give? As per two things. One is gaps and one is statutory requirements, or rather statute. Okay, one is gaps and one is statutes. So you can write ensure relevant disclosures are given as per gaps and statutes. Alright, now these class notes, if you want, it will be shared to you at the end of the chapter or at the end of the syllabus, so that you can have a quick revision of what has happened in the class. See, every day if I sit and upload, at the end of the syllabus, now you'll have repetitive content now. Now imagine until 9th August, so we'll have about around 17 days. Now 17 days, imagine 17 books are there. It is not different. So I'll be writing on the same notes, correct? So what I can do is, we will revise like this only, alright? If you want, you can take it down after going home watching the recordings. Otherwise, at the end of the syllabus, the entire notes will be given to you, so that you can revise it whenever you want, okay? Third scope is what? Involve exercise of judgment here. Now, don't write anything. He shall be principally concerned with items that are individually or as a group are material in relation to the affair. So, basically what? Use judgment. Use judgment more concerned towards, use judgment, okay, full stop, more concerned towards materiality, more concerned towards materiality. Now, word materiality means what? Something that can influence you. Okay, before you write, don't be focused too much on writing, hold on. Materiality means what? That which is influencing you. Example, if I tell you a topic is important versus your classmate telling you a topic is important, which one will you consider more? If I tell you a topic is important versus your friend tells you a topic is important, which one do you consider it? Me telling or your friend telling? Why? Which means the matters that I tell you has more influencing power than your classmate. So which is material now? My words are material. So material means that which influences users. Clear? Now anybody saying that you can't do CMA versus your close one telling you can't do CMA, which one do you take it to heart? Exactly. That's called materiality now. Because they are material for you, they are important for you, it matters. Correct? So materiality means important level or things that matter or influencing level. So we have to be concerned about which are those things which will affect the financial statements. Materiality with respect to FS. That is, those that affect the financial statements. Those that affect the financial statements. Understood? Clear? Yes. Now, this is your scope according to your syllabus. So, 3 scope is there. What is the first one? Evaluate what? Reliability and sufficiency in the records and perform audit procedure. Number 2, disclosure. Number 3, judgment and material. Now, look at this. How many words you have to remember? 6. One is what? Records, audit procedures, disclosures, judgment, If you keep revising at least 3-4 times, no, done. But again, within 24 hours, one more revision should be done. That's very important. Within 24 hours, one revision should be done. Next revision you do within 48 hours. Okay. So you do this, learning curve will improve, time will be reduced, retention will be better. Okay, tell me. 3 points in scope. Okay, we'll do one thing. You study from your book once, 2 minutes I'll give you. Then from the chart we will revise, and then without seeing once we'll revise. Alright, 3 points. Go through. Online, are you understanding? Yes, I need response from online, otherwise I will mute the mic for online. Done? Okay, 3 points are there. Now look at the chart. What is the first point? Evaluate reliability, sufficiency where? In the records, yes, and perform procedure. What are the 2 kinds of procedures? What is the other name for compliance procedure? Very good. Test of controls, and one more is substantive procedures. Okay, so what is the second point? Ensure relevant disclosures are given as per what? 2 things, gap and third, use judgment and be more concerned towards with respect to what? Financial statements. Understood? Anything that affects FS, I am more worried about. Anything that doesn't affect FS, I am not worried about. So here only 1 point extra I will write for your clarification purposes. You should not get confused. Anything that does not affect FS, ignore in audit. For example, director does not have enough attitude to run the business. Should I be bothered about it? No, sir. Director has psychology problem. Should I bother about it? No. Director has too many loans in his personal life. Should I bother about it? No. But director has too much of loan in his personal life, but uses company money to repay that. Should I bother about it? Yes. Now you understood the difference. Here, there I don't care. What you do here, I care about. So only anything that matters to FS is I should be bothered about that. If anything that doesn't matter in the financials, I should be least bothered about it. Example, your attitude in the class, should I bother about it? Yes. Your attitude outside the class, should I bother about it? No, sir. That's my scope. Right? Outside, if I say, hey, why are you talking loudly? Talk softly. You shout there, no problem. Understood? Clear? So there I should not be bothered about it because it is none of my business. Whereas here if you start shouting, of course it is my scope. Understood? Scope means what? Boundaries. Right? Okay. Now one more thing you have to do is, in your notebook, last page of your notebook, where gone are those times where you play this. Okay. Now no more will sit and play. Last page, even this game also you should not play. Then you'll write your letter. One more I got. No, we'll not play these things. Last page of your notebook is for audit vocabulary. Vocabulary means what? Language. I'm sure that everyone wants to improve their audit language, the way you talk as an auditor. Clear? See, for example, don't worry. Even I did not know English until I did not know how to speak in English properly until 12th. Okay, although I studied in English medium only. School was English medium, but in India, English medium is only on paper. Local language only we talk. Okay, so until 12th, I was not able to communicate in English with people until until I got my first assignment as MC for annual day. That is where I got to know how to talk in English properly, right? So we need to develop that vocabulary, the words. Imagine I'm talking to someone and I'm training my junior or something by telling, see, you should have proper professional skepticism and you should have fundamental ethical principles. No, sir, sir. I'm just telling, have an attention where you can observe things, questioning mind should be there, critical eyes must be there. Now all these combined into one professional word called professional skepticism. Now these things and all, how will you remember if you don't have a note of it? Clear? That's why last page of your notebook, give the heading as audit vocabulary. So what I'll do is whenever we come across some professional words, we will write down there. So you have an idea how to communicate professionally going forward in your CMA final as well. Audit vocabulary. First one, TOC. TOC. Huh? Terms and conditions are test of controls. TOC, test of controls. Okay, number 2, materiality. 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 Production rate. Influencing level. Influencing level. Influencing level or importance level. Importance level. Oh, full stop. So like this, we keep on updating the list as and when we come across certain words. All right. Now, basic principle governing the audit. So whenever you want to go ahead with the audit, what are the basic principles that you should have, sir? First one, integrity, objectivity and independence. Meaning what, sir? See how many points are there here? Again, 9 points are there. First one is what? Integrity, objective and independence. Now what do you mean by these? Basic principles. Okay. First one, integrity, objectivity and independence. Now what do you mean by independence? We already know. What is independence? Yes, not being influenced or giving unbiased view. Objectivity, free from, same, objectivity and independence go hand in hand, free from bias. Free from bias, having no conflict of interest, integrity is straightforwardness, honesty, truthfulness. This is the basic principle number 1, integrity, objectivity and independence. Okay. Second one. What's the second one? Confidentiality, sir. What do you mean by confidentiality? That which we should have in life, but we don't have it. Confidentiality. I'll ask you one question. Honestly, you have to answer. You don't have to be very sophisticated and professional here now. Imagine you and your best friend. Okay, you and your best friend. You guys are having a very good bond since the last 10 years. 11th year, you guys separate. Because if I use the word breakup, now you will think something else only. I'm talking about friendship only. Okay. Now imagine after 10 years, after a decade, the friendship got separated and broken. Now 10 years less, so many secrets and other things each of them would have shared. 12th year, a third person comes and says, you know what that other person spoke about you? Imagine on 2-3 bad things he will tell. How will you react? Honestly, you should tell. How will you react to it? You might tell no. Oh, he told like this, huh? You don't know about him? No. I will tell you about him. Yes or no? At least 1 or 2 things won't you tell? Yes, sir. No one is so saint and so calm and composed like Gautam Buddha saying, it's okay, da. Let him talk about it. No problem. That type of persons we are not, sir. That much calmness if we had, right, we would be the happiest country. Correct? Now, such things are called as breach of confidentiality. Now, in those 10 years, whatever secrets were shared, it was shared keeping the relation in the mind that you will not tell it to others. Correct? Now, same logic, sir. When a client comes and shares all that information to you, later on, the client leaves you and goes. See, in practice, you can never be assured of your client. Never. Practice is one of the most riskiest thing in CA to do because you can never be assured of your client. Someone else will come and tell, I will give you better service. You'll go there. Someone else, if they say, I will charge you less fees, you will go there. And I'll tell you, your friendship will be valued at that point of time. Nowadays, whatever you are having, no, it's a student friendship. After you qualify, when you practice on your own, if you are practicing on your own, right, you ask your friend to give that friend's file to you. Will the friend give his file to you? Is a question. Friendship. Number 1. Number 2, even if he gives, now imagine he wants more refund. Okay. Now you'll be like, see, no, I can't do it. I want to go through the proper law only. I will not do all these things and all. Now what will he say? It's okay, bro. I have someone else who will give me refund. I'll go there. Right? You want to know something properly, involve money in that. When you involve money, you get to know what kind of a person the opposite person is. So in such aspect, no, as a professional, when a client comes and tells me, even after the client goes, I should not tell it out to anyone. Unless 3 exceptions are there. In exceptional situations, I can tell. Imagine court is asking you, Solra, confidentiality. I will not tell. You have to. In the investigation, they are telling, we got to know that he has declared certain things to you. Tell. Confidentiality. You will be like the Raghuvaran of Mudalvan. You can't, you have to. Clear? There are 3 exceptions like this. Generally, confidentiality means keeping information safe. Clear? You should not tell the information or disclose the information to others. Clear? Do not disclose to anybody without client's permission or regulatory information. So, don't disclose the information. So, you can write that, no problem. Do not disclose. Exceptions are there. 2 exceptions given for you. Generally 3, but for you they have given 2. One is client's consent. Okay. Number 2. Requirement of statute. If there is a requirement of statute, obviously you will have to tell. If client says, it's okay sir, tell my secret, no problem, I have only told everyone. Then there will be one guy who will come to everyone and tell, don't tell anyone, don't tell anyone. He'll tell everyone. Now you will be not telling anyone. One more person will come and tell you, you know what, that fellow like this, like this. Same thing he told me also. Now in the entire gang, that fellow will tell what consent it is. You can only tell everyone there is a confidentiality involved. Okay. Would you like if your doctor, family doctor, now after you change your doctor, would you like if the old guy tells everything about you, your health issues, everything to others? You won't like it, no. Why? Client will tell, sir, I trusted you. I trusted you with this information saying you will not tell anyone, you should not tell. And that's a basic requirement. This is exactly the reason why the trust and value increases of the profession. Imagine lawyer. All the facts which you have told, if he tells others, gone, dead. That's why they say lawyer, doctor, CA, CMA, CS. You should never hide. Because the solutions will be based on the problems. And you don't tell the problem, we will not be able to give you solution. When demonetization happened, when old notes got converted into new notes and other things, people targeted CAs first. Why? Because according to them, they know that these are involved in conversion of black into white and all those things. These know it better. CA know, so obviously they know everything better. So that's how you should be, like where they say professionalism is there. They should not doubt us, but they should value us. They should not say, oh, this fellow knows, so we'll catch hold of him only. No. At that point of time also, unless and until law is asking you, or there is a duty, or client only allows, you should never tell the information. Okay. Third one. You should have skill and competence. Now, what do I mean by skill and competence? What does skill and competence means? Skill means what? No, don't tell me talent. Talent is different, skill is different. Skill means you should have a particular way of doing your work, right? Properly trained. You are professionally trained. So you should be adequately trained, experienced, and competent person. Competent person is qualified person. So you should have proper training, experience, and qualification. Understood? This is your third one. Fourth point. Work performed by others. Sir, simple example I'll tell you. Let's say your mom. Your mom is a good cook. Does she cook well? Yes or no? Do you cook well? Okay. Again, perspective. What kind of cooking? If Maggie is considered as cooking, yes sir, I cook well. Okay. Boiling water. I boil water very well, sir. Okay. Now, imagine you cook. Alright. Okay. Let me put it this way. If your mom cooks, do you first taste and see, or do you blindly know that, okay, she'll cook better? Blindly. Try that opposite. You cook. Will your mom blindly believe you have cooked well? Why? Will she supervise first? Will she taste and check first? Yes. Why? Doesn't believe you. Doesn't believe. We don't know how you are prepared. Clear? Exactly, sir. You should carefully supervise the work performed by others, as you are the one who is responsible for the work delegated. So obviously when you are cooking, when your mom told, please cook for me, a delegation was given, ultimately your mom is the one responsible. Understood? So when you are delegating means what? Dividing the work and giving to others, you are the one responsible at the end of the day. Now, you took admission where? In ArivuPro. So who's giving you service? Not Karthik sir, ArivuPro. Now, ArivuPro delegated audit subject to me. Now, if I don't deliver it well to you, you will blame whom? Exactly. You will not blame me first. Although you might end up making a video on me. We joined ArivuPro. Karthik sir came for audit, he didn't do properly. You ultimately can blame me, but I am not the first person you will blame. I will be the second person maybe, but definitely not first, because first person, in fact, your parents will blame whom? They don't know me also, no? Now imagine ArivuPro says, Karthik sir did mistake. Who hired him? You. Exactly my point. So, even though you are the senior professional here, when you delegate your work to articles or staff or anyone for that matter, ultimately you are the one who is responsible. Therefore, you should always and always check whatever work performed by others. So, I will just write here, rather than writing work performed by others, supervision of work. Or I can also say review. Review of work. Okay, next. Documentation, sir. What is documentation? Easy topic. Now, imagine I will tell these chapters are important, or rather, these kind of questions have been asked multiple times. Won't you have a question in mind on what basis you're telling, sir? Tomorrow, if I straight away go and tell, simple logic. What's your name, ma? Tushara. Imagine I come and tell when Tushara is not there in the class, I'll announce, Tushara, you don't know what all she has done in life. Now imagine I tell like that. Do I know her? No. Do I know about her life? No. Now she'll come and ask me one question. So on what basis you told all these things? Now, if I don't have a basis, it is a secondary point that, okay sir, now people know that I don't have a basis to tell that. But what would be the first impression of all of you on her? Whatever I told, no? Exactly. So imagine now I'll replace Tushara with a company. And I am as an auditor and I will tell this company is bad. Now that company will come and ask me, no, on what basis you have told, sir? On what basis you are telling that company is bad? So without reviewing, without proper documentation, you should not talk. And documentation is evidence for us. Right? I told you in our audit cycle here, without evidence, if you see, there is no opinion, there is no report. Although you may have data and information, without evidence, you can never give a report. Therefore, here comes the point, documentation. Without documentation, you should not be giving any kind of opinion, without proof, basically. Clear? Working papers should be maintained. It is maintained to demonstrate that audit was done according to the standards. Clear? So, I'll write here, documentation. Working papers proves quality of the work. Work done as per standards. As per standards. Yes, people on YouTube, yes, recorded classes will be available after the syllabus gets over. They will be given as a recorded classes. You can buy it on online.arivupro.com. No problem. The entire subject will not be live on YouTube. First 2 to 3 days only will be live. I think 2 days only will be live. Alright. Entire subject, if it is live, you can watch on YouTube only. Okay. Right, sir. Now, next. Now, documentation done. Next, sir, most important thing in life, planning. I'll ask one question. Okay. Shall I? Today, I know the answer, but let me ask after a few classes as well. Now, you guys are finishing group 2 first, correct? And then you'll be finishing group 1 classes. Am I right? Group 1 is done now. How many of you, for you, audit is the first subject? Okay, majority. So this is your first class, huh? I mean, first class in CMA. Huh? Foundation done, huh? Or direct entry, huh? Okay, direct entry. Correct. Huh. So now those who have attended, now you'll finish probably group 2 and then maybe group 1 you will finish. Those who have already done group 1 or half done. How many of you actually have a timetable? Timetable சொன்னாலே சிரிக்கிறீங்க. Which means adequate planning is not there. You have okay. Adequate planning is not there. Now after 1 o'clock, what plans? Sleeping, sir. Going home, having nice lunch and sleeping, sir. Okay. Maybe what at 2 o'clock you'll sleep. 4 o'clock you'll wake up, huh? Nice. Night, what time you sleep? What time you get up? Huh? Early morning, huh? Early morning is what? 8 o'clock? No? If class is not there? Now see, what I'm trying to tell is, as a professional, if you don't have a plan, you won't be able to execute and people won't respect you. Correct. Now see, if my class at 7:30, I need to plan the previous night only. What time I should leave, what time I should be there, what time I should sleep, what time I should get up, everything. Correct. 2 days ago, I finished your CA Inter batch here, just in the next building. Alright. I finished that batch and 2 days I had a holiday. Next day, involuntarily, I woke up. Alright. I brushed my teeth. Then I realized it is holiday for me. 7 o'clock I woke up without alarm. And I panicked thinking I have a class at 7:30. I am late. I almost, I switched on the geyser. I left the water. I am brushing my teeth. Halfway through brushing my teeth, I'm like, something is not right today. Then I checked, it is not my class. I have a holiday that day. Now that is because of muscle memory. Every day I plan as to next day what am I supposed to do, next day what am I supposed to do. Even though I want to sleep beyond 8 o'clock, I can't now. Involuntary, that day I switched off the phone. Still 6 o'clock. I can't switch off inside now. Then that is because of the planning that we keep on doing batch after batch, batch after batch, batch after batch. Now you'll understand, okay, this is how it is. So without planning, we'll not be able to deliver quality. You call the client at 10:30. You yourself come at 12:30. Will the client come to you tomorrow? No. Happens with the doctors, you see. They'll give an appointment. 10 o'clock, they'll tell, you go there and sit. Doctor will come at 11 o'clock. Now, see, you should understand when you give an appointment at 10:05, okay, fine. 10:15 also okay. Because some people will come without breakfast also, thinking appointment is more important. Clear? So, these are the things where you have to plan adequately. You may have a clinic outside, you may have hospital duties as well. So, you plan accordingly. Same logic, as a professional, you should plan your audit also properly because you have due dates to match. Due dates are not in your hands. Correct? MCA due dates are handled by Seetu Auntie, Nirmala Sitaraman. Understood? Right? Seetu Auntie should decide no, which due date is given where, extension should be given or not. Income tax CBDT people should tell. Exactly. So you should obtain the knowledge about client's business and then put up your procedure. Randomly, if you go and put up the procedure, fail. Clear? So next is planning. Planning. Design procedures after client's knowledge. Now imagine I come to CMA audit classes and start teaching like for CA. Is it okay for you? No. Why? There, you know now sugarcane juice, how it is made. Huh? Their students are sugarcane. And audit is a machine, sugarcane machine. And the sugarcane machine, if you see how sugarcane juice are made, that sugarcane will go into that machine, will come out into that machine. Last, no, you will tell the sugarcane shop guy, போதுயா ஒண்ணும் இல்ல அதுலயும் will put that lemon ginger போடு. Nothing is there in that. In CA it is that intense. The audit subject in CA is very intense. Okay, so intense that there are times where you can get headache. Okay, now same typical what we do for CA, if I bring for CMA, not possible, because CMA syllabus is different, CMA's priorities are different, the way of questioning is different. There most of them are case based questions also. Direct questions are also there, case questions are also there. Imagine for CA kittathata 600 questions are there in my material alone. Okay, for you if I put 600 question, no, not necessary also, because the way of questioning is totally different. For CA 2 marks, 3 marks, 4 marks, 5 marks questions are there. For you straight 7 marks, MCQ 2 marks. There also they have MCQ, case scenario first 10 marks question, then case scenario 2 8 mark question, then case scenario 3 6 mark question, then general MCQs 3, totally 30 marks. Now it's very different, sir. Now if I don't plan how to teach CMA guys, my quality will be gone, therefore you will not respect me. So after understanding the client's knowledge, what kind of person he is, what business he is having, what is his priorities, what is his objective, then only put up the procedure, sir. If a doctor, imagine you go to a doctor for a mere headache and you go and tell headache, okay, surgery. Yo, first to get my knowledge, no, that's why he'll ask questions. What happened? Did you hit your head somewhere, etc. Now all the knowledge he'll take, then he'll put up a procedure. That's called planning. Understood? Straight away, okay, open surgery. It will be like that Telugu comedy scene, that heart surgery one scene is there now. Correct. Thermocol and all will come and sit, LED and all will be there, no? And the madri ago. So don't, without planning, do not start your audit. Next, as usual, we should get what? This is nothing but related to documentation only. Clear? When you document, it becomes an evidence. As simple as that. Obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence through performing compliance and substantive procedures. So, you know, this is here. I will write again, but you see here. After performing procedure only, we end up getting what? Trust me, guys. Master this properly. Master this properly. I will assure you, you take up any topic in CA syllabus, your Inter Auditing syllabus. Any topic you take in CMA Inter Auditing syllabus, it will be within this only. It can't go beyond this. Any topic you take. It might look very simple. To make this simple, I have spent hours. So, what is evidence? Nothing but result of procedures. Now, look at this. You got evidence through performing procedures. So, obviously, the output of procedures is what? Evidence. Therefore, seventh one. Audit evidence. Obtained through performing procedures. Now, without looking at anything, tell me procedures. 2 procedures are there. Compliance and substantive. Just for your understanding, substantive means going into the details. Okay, checking the details, everything. For a transaction, a date, amount, parties, location, everything we check. Okay, that's your point number 7, audit evidence. 8th one, system. 8th one, system. Now, what I mean by system here? Understand accounting system and internal control system. Understand understand accounting system and internal control system. Or we can rather remember this way. Understand ACS and ICS. What is ACS? Accounting system. ICS, internal control system. Now, why do we need to understand the system, sir? In determining NTE of procedures. So, only when we understand the system. Now, look at this. Look at this. Only when we understand the system, we'll be able to put up the procedure. If I don't understand the system, I don't know what to check only, no. So understand what system, right? Which is nothing but client's knowledge. Client's knowledge means his business, his environment, how does he do business? In that, what systems is he using? So nothing but it's a connected point. Okay, it's a connected point. Now you don't change, but I am just telling you, I will take up this point out, all right, and this one, I'll bring it here. This one I can bring it here. Because now there will be a sequence. There will be a sequence. You don't have to do it. Oh God. You just try to understand first. Okay. So first we do what? Planning. Then we do what? Understand the system, and then we obtain audit evidence. Understood? Clear? Okay. So there is a clear-cut hierarchy for you. First we plan, then we understand the system, then we end up putting up the procedure to obtain evidence. Next, finally, conclusions and reporting. And obviously after getting evidence, we end up with conclusions and reporting. Provide opinion. Now there are two kinds of opinion generally we give. Number one, unmodified opinion. Number two, modified opinion. What opinion we give? Unmodified and modified. Unmodified is the best opinion one can ever get. It is the topmost opinion we will give. Modified, there are three types. One is good, one is bad, one is worst. But we don't use these words. Professional words we use. Okay. Now generally we can say good, bad, worst. But professionally, for good we use a word called as qualified opinion. For bad we use a word called as adverse opinion. For disclaimer for worst we use a word called as disclaimer of opinion. See how professionally things change. Okay, best means you will tell he is the best, sir. Good means okay. That is called good opinion. Certain problems are there, but overall it is good. Bad, you will directly tell romba ketta. Okay. Worst, when somebody asks how is he, avana, that is called disclaimer of opinion. Understood? So same thing we give opinion on companies. We say best means what? Unmodified. He is too good. Whereas in case of modified, good, bad, worst. Good we call as what? Qualified. Bad we call as adverse. Worst we call as disclaimer of opinion. Is that understood? Yes or no? Yes sir. That's your ninth point. Now, let's try and make a mnemonic out of it for us to understand. Alright. First one is what? Integrity. Second one is what? Confidentiality. Skill and competence, supervision, documentation, planning, system, evidence. After system, evidence only, no? Yes, evidence and conclusion. Okay, let's try. Let's bring your creativity out now. I'm sure you are creative. Let's see. Try bringing out something out of this. See, S cube, 3 S is there, 1, 2, and 3. S, P, E, C, C square, okay. Okay, we can say S square and yes, okay. Specs, D is there, no? ID. ID, okay, specs ID. You can use it as specs ID. Or, I don't know, you can just tell for your friend, specs D. DI is there, no? I can't tell that, you tell it. Okay, yes, square. One is skill and competence, one is supervision. P, planning. E, evidence, right? Then C, conclusion and reporting, and one more S is system. D for documentation, I for integrity, and C for confidentiality. Clear? Now, what you should do is, putting mnemonic is not a big issue. Here, putting mnemonic is, now in the entire syllabus when we are doing, if you have a better mnemonic, please tell in the class. Right? Because maybe it is flashing faster for you. Okay, this is better, sir. I can remember it better. We'll share it with the class. Everyone can get a benefit out of it. Okay. Now, putting up a mnemonic is not a big issue. How you revise is an issue. Imagine you write point in one order. You put a mnemonic in other order. You revise in another order. So in exam, fourth order will come. So if you have written specs ID, then your points also should be according to that only. That way revision will be better. So S square means what now? Here, back to back points. Skill and competence, supervision of work, review of work. Correct? P for planning, E for evidence, C for confidentiality, and one more S for what? System. ACS and ICS. Clear? D for documentation, I for integrity, objectivity, and independence. Got it? Clear? Okay. Now, 2 minutes will be given to you. Go through it once. Nice. One more we got. Spiced, it seems. Something is missing? S3. Sorry, sir. Nice. Spiced. The creative ones will be getting more appreciation. Nice it is. Spiced, specs ID, bring up whichever you want. But remember, whichever you feel is comfortable, put those mnemonics and study, revise in that manner only. Alright? Good one. Nana? Yes. Okay. Tell me, basic principles governing the audit. 9 points are there. Should we go with specs ID or spiced? Huh? Spiced, huh? Shall we go with spiced then? Once we decide, we have to fix with it. Okay? Okay, we'll go with spiced then. Yes, cube. Supervision, system, supervision, and skill and competence. Very good. P. Planning. I. Integrity, objectivity, independence. C. Confidentiality and conclusions and reporting. E. Evidence and D. Documentation. Understood? Clear? The focus should be on being little creative as well as covering more points faster. Because in the exam, we'll have to write more points to get more marks. Okay? Right, sir. Yeah, more points means don't create. We should write more. Okay? Basic principles governing audit is done. So this also will be a question for us. Okay. Understood? Yes. Okay, sir. Now let's talk about objectives of audit. Now, objectives, if you see, we start here. We start here. All right. Look at this. From legal point of view, what is the objective? ICS point of view, what is the objective? External affairs, what is the objective? Then we go to advantages. All right. So let's talk first main objective. There are two. Objective number 1. To obtain reasonable assurance. Remember, I told you in audit we can never give absolute assurance. We can only give what assurance? Reasonable assurance. Now, what is reasonable assurance? Less than 100%. Majority we can give. We cannot give 100% assurance. Alright. So here I'll write not absolute assurance. We can only give reasonable assurance. Now, reasonable assurance about what? About if financial statements are free from material misstatement. Financial statements are free from material misstatement. Now, that is my first objective. Misstatement can happen due to fraud or error. Therefore, I am giving an opinion. Now, this misstatement means what? Misstatement means what? Misstatement is equal to difference between information recorded and information to be recorded. Information recorded and information to be recorded. Now, to be recorded as per law. As per law or as per requirement. Now, imagine law says you have to create a reserve of 20%. Now, you created a reserve only 15%. Is there a misstatement? Law says how much? 20%. How much you created? 15%. Is there a difference? Yes. How much? That 5% is misstatement now. Understood? So, misstatement is nothing but what you are supposed to do. Enna pannanumo and what you have done. If there is a difference, we call it as a misstatement. Now, imagine invoice shows 10,000 rupees. If your entry is 10,000, is there a misstatement? No. Bill shows 10,000, you entered 1,000. Misstatement? Yes. To the extent of how much? 9,000. And that's, so misstatement is nothing but difference between what you should have done, what you have done. Clear? But the more important thing is this misstatement. This misstatement can be due to fraud or error. What is the difference between fraud and error? Very good. Fraud is always. Fraud is always and always intentional. Error is unintentional. Fraud is always intentional, whereas error is unintentional. Okay? Yes. Okay, sir. So, what is my first objective, sir? To obtain reasonable assurance about what? Yes, if financial statements are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. Understood? Clear? Okay, sir. That's my first and foremost objective. What's my second objective, sir? Second objective is to report. As per standards. As per what? Standards. Understood? That's it. Main two objectives are there. What's the first objective? Second objective is? See, remember like this. Objective is very rare. Objective is what? Rare. R-A-R-E. R-A is reasonable assurance. R-E is report. So overall objective is very rare. Reasonable assurance and reporting. You have to remember this. Okay. Right. Now, sir, this I understand, sir. This is with respect to my client alone. Apart from that, there are something called as social objectives. Now, what is social objectives? Social objectives means what? Society-wise. Overall, as a society, for the society, what kind of objective I have? To protect the shareholders' interest. Clear? To protect the shareholders' interest. Next, to stop evasion of taxes. Now, these are the objectives. Whether you do it or not, that is secondary. Evasion means what? Escaping the law intentionally. Not tax planning, tax evasion. Okay. Safeguard against capital erosion. What is capital erosion? So obviously, sir, when we put money, we should know where our money is going, what the problem is. Yeah, if you don't know that, then obviously our capital is being lost. Sir, loss of capital. Now, your accounts you will understand here. Loss of capital is equal to net loss, no? In your P&L, if you have a debit balance, what will happen? Net loss will go and hit against what? Capital. Therefore, there is a loss of capital. Understood? Business loss means your capital is losing. So we should sit and audit them as to why we are losing. Somewhere something is wrong, so why we are losing. Understood? Next, to ensure fair return on investors. Sir, when people give money, don't you think it is fair enough to give them something in return? In our financial language, we call ROI. Return on? Now, obviously, sir, when I give you my money for you as an investment, is it wrong to expect returns? No, sir, it's fair enough. But again, fair return means what? Maximum possible. For example, you have 10 lakh rupees. What will you do with the 10 lakh rupees? Tell me. Where will you invest? Shares will invest, huh? Then mutual funds, then that's what share capital. Shares, mutual funds, then FD, bonds, very good. Gold, land, okay, so many investments you told. What is your expectation out of these investments? How much % return you want? Huh? More than the inflation. Inflation is fluctuating, no? We'll give loan to others, sir. There also return will be there, no? All these are investments which you are expecting at least some minimal returns. Now quantify that minimal returns. 9 to 12%. Those who said FD, is it okay if you get 6% returns? Why?
Lower than inflation.
It's lower than inflation rate. Okay, what if its inflation is 5%? FD gives you 6%. Stocks gives you 10%. Where will you put your money in? See? Of course, high risk, high return. In the given, now imagine you are a risk taker only. Where will you put your money? Shares only, no? Okay, sir. 1 year down the line, mutual funds will give you 12%. Now, shares can give you 10% in a month. You can lose 10% also in a month. Mutual funds can give you 10% on average. Which one will you go for now? Now you see, your options changed. As and when I am introducing new options, your answers are changing. Imagine land now. 10 lakh you put now. After 1 year, if the land gives you 15 lakh, that's like 50% return in 1 year. Where will you put your money now? Exactly. See, when I'm introducing new things for you, you're changing your options. Okay, sir. What if there is a business where it requires 10 lakh capital, right? In 1 year, it can double your money. Business. See? So basically what I'm trying to tell, returns are unlimited depending upon the options, but we should always see. Now you invest in my company and you're telling, see, in land I'm getting 50%, you should also give me 50%. It is unfair, sir. I can't give. So I can give you a fair return. Fair return means industry wise. What is the average? That fairness I can maintain. Understood? Clear? Now, can I teach to you guys like how we teach for BCom students? Here, can I teach like that? Why? There is a difference in the examination that you are attempting. There's a difference in the syllabus. There's a difference in the evaluation. So I need to understand that, and then I should deal with fairness and unfairness. Got it? Clear? So fair return is what I'm telling you, not high, not less. Fair enough. Okay. Ensure reasonable price to customers. Not even too high that you're selling it, not too less. For example, 2 idli. If I want to buy, how much should I pay? Reasonable price, you tell me. 20 rupees. 12 rupees. Then 30. Rajbhavan charge 50 for 2 idlis. Okay, I'll go to airport. 280 rupees I'll charge. Is it fair? Is it reasonable? Yes. Yes. It is reasonable. Reasonability cannot be judged with amount. Because airport is expensive. Obviously, they have fixed cost, variable cost, and all those things, and then they have to recover that. No, their rent will be too high. Okay, tell me one more logic. If you go to 5-star, one plate of fried rice or noodles can cost you 1,500 rupees. Is it reasonable? Yes, it is reasonable. Because there, the price is not just for the food, the price is for the status, the price is for the goodwill, etc. Breakfast will cost 2,000 rupees. Is it reasonable? Yes, sir. Understood. So obviously, reasonability depends on many factors. We can't outrightly tell it is unreasonable or not. Okay, let me ask one more question. How much will you be ready to pay for a perfume? If you want to buy a perfume, how much will you pay? 500, 600, then 300, 5,000, below 1,000 rupees. Anybody more than 5,000? 5,000, 10,000. Anybody perfume freaks? Like you love perfumes? Huh? I love perfumes. Like I'm a crazy, mad guy for perfumes. Right? Now, one perfume I went and saw, okay, it costs just for 100 ml, it costs around 30,000 rupees. Okay, if my flight is delayed in airport, I just go to perfume shop, simply go and try samples. And I take that perfume strip and keep it with me only. Right, 30,000 for 100 ml. Is it reasonable? Huh? My mom, she lost her mind when I was trying one perfume. I called her. I said, "Mom, try. It's nice." She smelled. She's like, "This is too good. Buy." I'm like, "Okay." Then she asked, "How much?" I said, 6,000. She yelled at me in the shopping mall. She's like, "ArivuPro, 6,000 rupees for a perfume? Nonsense. Like dad only you are." My dad is standing there and he asked me, "Na enna panna? You are also like that only." And I'm like, "Okay, mom, we'll go." "What go? 6,000?" I'm like, okay, then calm down. Calm. Now that guy who was standing next to me there, he's like, "Sir, will you buy or not?" "Paatilla, should I buy now?" And my wife, she's like, "Tell your other collection to your mom." I never tell my mom what is the price I paid for the perfume. I tell her what all discounted price only. No discount. I only give the discount. Okay. Now, for her, it is unreasonable. Understood? For it is unreasonable. But for certain people, it is reasonable. For my mom, if I ask about saris, for her, it is reasonable now. Right? Bags, reasonable. Clear. Makeup items, reasonable. Perfume, unreasonable. There is one more, a designer brand called Carolina Herrera. Okay, that brand has a diamond studded perfume bottle, which will cost lakhs. Perfume normal only. Bottle diamonds are there. Now, is it reasonable is a question. Reasonability doesn't define, it is not defined by one factor. It depends on multiple factors. So what price are you charging to customer? That depends on the kind of business you're doing, the place of business, the quality you're giving, right? There is something called as niche. Niche means what? We are not following a particular formula or a trend. We are totally different. Right? Those kind of, now for example, niche perfumes, those are totally different. Right? So what is this? This reasonable price depends on a lot of factors. That's the reason why we should understand the knowledge of business. Client's business knowledge we should have. Only then we can say whether it is reasonable or unreasonable. Clear? To ensure fair compensation to workers, this generally happens in labor intense organization. You would have seen many people today we are having a strike because we want more salary, more wages. No, more salary, more wages. No. If they ask employees how much are you expecting, they'll tell double it. Mad or what? In 1 year we have to double your salary. Now, how much is reasonable? How much is fair compensation? That only when we audit we will get to know. Otherwise, companies will always tell we are under loss, we are under loss, we are under loss. So when we do audit, we get to know whether actually they are under loss or not. Then complying with policies regarding CSR. CSR is nothing but corporate social example. Corporate social responsibility example, sir. You can go to Marina Beach and you can put up the benches there for people to sit. It becomes a CSR. Eradication of hunger, eradication of poverty, clear upliftment of backward classes, right? Clean Ganga fund, right? Going and cleaning the river and you contribute to that, right? Adopting a village and putting lightings there for them. Lighting means not the miniature and all, just basic lighting facility if you give CSR, right? We audit that and tell whether you are complying with CSR policies or not. In your business law, you have this CSR where for minimum 2% you have to spend on society, whether you're spending that or not. Okay. Yes, I will try this. I'll try this. Thank you online for the suggestion. Right. So other than main objective, we have social objectives. What are the social objectives? Number one, shareholders' interest. Number two, tax evasion, capital erosion, fair return, reasonable price, fair compensation, and compliance with CSR. Okay, let's try and put up this STCFRFC. So basically we have F square and C square. Try to come up with good mnemonic. S we have, T we have, C, F, R. You know, Gen Z uses when you're typing in messages, you use this, no, FR. STR, STR, fan club bar. Ah, nice. Okay, STR fan club. Or even, you know, FR means in your texting language is called what? Exactly. TCS for real, right? So you can consider Tata Consultancy Services in your head, clear? TCS for real, or like whatever you say, STF fan club or etc. Right? For me, this makes more sense for me to remember it. All right, up to you. So what is TCS? C cube now we have, C cube we have, C square we have, and S square. T for what? Tax evasion. Okay, I'll write it here. Apart from this, we also have okay, better way to remember. Social objective. Tatas are good for public, no? Tatas are very good for public. Public is equal to social. So, social objective will varumbodhu Tata Consultancy for real. Okay. T for tax evasion. C for capital erosion. One more C we have, huh? Yes, C for CSR. S for shareholders' interest. Shareholders' interest. And then we have F, fair returns, and R. Okay, what is it, ma? Fair compensation. Fair compensation and R. Reasonable price. Reasonable price. Okay. Better way to remember. Yes. Now see, more you revise, it will be better for you. All right. Don't let the syllabus get accumulated later on for your benefit. Right now, if you rest, later on you'll have to struggle. So at least after class, my suggestion would be at least 1.5 hour. 1 to 1.5 hour, sit and revise that day itself. You sleep, no problem. But get up and revise. Or revise and sleep. One of them. Depending upon which group you are writing. Both groups if you are writing, you see whether you want to sleep or not. One group if you are writing, maybe you may be able to afford at least 1 hour of sleep in the afternoon, but overall you may ensure that you are not sleeping for more than 7 to 8 hours max. 8 hours, if you are sleeping 1/3 of your day, you are sleeping. Okay, very simple words. Alright, yes sir. What is my main objective? Rare. What's rare? Reasonable assurance and apart from that, social objectives are there. What is that? TCS for real, T for tax evasion, C square, capital erosion, CSR, and S for shareholders' interest and fair returns, fair compensation, and reasonable price. Right now, see, like on loose tools means out of love I call. Okay, fair returns for whom? Shareholders. Fair compensation for whom? Huh? Exactly. Now this is where you lose marks. You will by heart and go. Yaar ki enna we don't know. Imagine I have to buy shirt. Sorry for my friend who is a male. Shirt for female. You buy heart. But when you're remembering that, no, remember for what we are understanding. Clear? Fair returns for whom? Investors. Right, fair compensation for whom? Workers. Reasonable price for whom? Customers. Right. Now, there brings next here. Let's talk. Fair returns for whom? Compensation for? Price for? Customers. Understood? Okay, sir. Yes. Next. Yes, sir. Go. No problem. That's with respect to your first one. Second now, let's talk about more. From legal point of view, what is the advantage or objective we have? See, what do you mean by legal point of view? Lawfully, when you see, what kind of advantage we'll have if you do audit? Income tax authority generally accept a profit and loss account that is qualified and they do not go into the details of the account. Meaning what? IT department will not trust unaudited FS. They'll trust whom? Audited FS only. That is the main objective of doing audit also. Now see, after July, we have something called as tax audit. That is income tax audit. Right? Now 30th September is the due date. Okay. Now it is July, we have August, we have September. 30th September is a due date, 31st August is the due date now. Okay. Now this year. Now when we talk about 31st August, right? In that case, we have different due dates for different audits. Are you getting my point? Generally 30th September is the due date. Individual returns for July 31st will be the due date. Depending upon which particular act, what is the due date they have given, according to that, we'll have to go ahead. Right? Now, they do not believe in your declaration. They do not believe in your declaration. They believe in auditors' audited financial statements. If they audit and tell it is fine, it is fine. But again, they'll check it. Not that they'll not check it because of our errors only before. Right? We have always lied based on because clients don't give us information. So they blame us saying auditors have done like this. So for that reason, but still they'll believe us only. So ITR or Income Tax Department, ITD, always believes in audited financial statements. Number 2, borrowing of money from external sources. Whenever you want loan, They don't go by your FS. Why? You will always tell your balance sheet is too good. So bankers will tell, Ama, today I will give you loan. Then one fine day, you will go to UK. And after many years, you will come on podcast. Then one fine day, you will tell, I didn't take loan. My company took loan. Don't ask me. Ask my company. Understood? Clear? No one was harmed. I'm just telling you. Right? Today I will give you loan based on whatever you say. Tomorrow, I will only have to recover my loan for years together. Legal expenses I'll have to spend. Therefore, on the basis of balance sheet only, outsiders will give you loan. Statement of insurance claim. Even in case of insurance, they will not trust you. They trust whom? Audited financial statements. Okay. Sales tax payment, that is our indirect tax. Now it is GST. Alright. Action against bankruptcy. So everywhere they trust whom? This is your legal point of view. Alright. Remember this one properly. Till here. Okay. Next is depending upon what they are asking. Next. From ICS point of view, which means here, see when I say legal, it is government and outsider that is getting benefit out of it. Whereas from ICS, it is a management benefits. Okay, here it is outside and government's benefit. Here it is management benefit. What will happen to management when we do audit? Quick discovery of error and fraud, meaning they can find errors and fraud easily, faster. Without audit, it will be difficult. With audit, it is faster. Number two, from external affairs point of view, also we'll be seeing moral check on employees, meaning employees will not do fraud and error in the books of accounts because they'll always have one mindset: what if we get caught? If we get caught, then we'll be handed over to the department or the management. Therefore, employees will be more careful. Third, advice to the management. Management may consult the auditor and seek advice on certain technical points. Of course, it is not my duty, but it's an advantage for the management. They get to know how to run their business better. And finally, uniformity in accounts. What do I mean uniformity in accounts? Uniformity means what? Consistency. Or discipline is there. Clear. So this is from which point of view? Internal control point of view. Now you tell me, from legal point of view, what are the points? First one, IT department. Number two, number three, number four, bankruptcy. Remember these words. Okay, income tax, borrowing, insurance, sales tax. Or, write this fourth point, you can write a second point. IT and GST. Then you have borrowing, insurance and bankruptcy. Clear? Okay, so with respect to ICS for management only, error and fraud they can find easily. Number two, employees will be more careful. Number three, you can always give advice to the management. And number four, there will always be uniformity. So from internal point of view, internal control point of view, management can go to UAE. U for uniformity in accounts, A for advice to the management, and E square employees and errors and frauds. Remember this way, who does error and fraud? Employees. Understood? Clear? Therefore, you can advise the management to recover the accounts. This way also you can remember. You try to understand first, then try to remember. Don't remember first. Understand each and every point and then go ahead with. Okay. Tell me first one. Again, from legal point of view. Legal point of view, advantage for whom? Government. So what are the points? IT, GST, BIB. What is that? Bankruptcy, borrowings, insurance. From internal point of view, UAE. U, uniformity. A, advice to management. E square, error and fraud done by. That's with respect to that. Next, external affairs point of view. Now, what does external affairs means? Business affairs. Adu vera. Okay. That is different external affair. Here we are talking about business affair. Number one, settlement of accounts. 11th, 12th, you have studied partnership accounts. Yes. If a partner has to be admitted to the firm, right, he'll have to bring in capital and goodwill. How much capital I should bring in? Based on the ratio is calculated based on something, no? Based on partnership deed. No, partnership deed is terms and conditions. My question to you, understand the question. Imagine you're running a firm and I want to become a partner there. And how much capital I should bring in? You tell me the amount. Okay, even if you're saying ratio, on what basis you have calculated that? On what basis? Now the goodwill, capital, whatever you're telling, how do I believe? Now you will tell, don't worry sir, take financial statements. I will not believe random FS, audited FS you tell me. Imagine you tell me to bring 1 crore capital, 1 crore goodwill. And you show me the FS. In your FS, your assets are worth 10 crore. I'll tell, no, get it audited. Now in audit, now I got to know your assets are worth 10 lakhs. But actually what are you asking me? 1 crore. Very nice. Why should I bring such capital? Therefore, I can place my trust on what? Audited financials. Next, valuation of assets and goodwill. If the business is to be sold as a going concern, there may not be much difficulty regarding valuation of assets if they have already been audited. Again, example, buying a company. When I buy a company, I need what? Valuation of the company. That valuation gives me based on audited FS only. Random FS you will not trust, sir. Government doesn't trust. Outsider doesn't trust. Investor doesn't trust. Nobody trusts the financials which are not audited. Therefore, this subject becomes easy for us. Why? Everywhere the scope is there. Subject might be different. Subject may be a subject which you do not like, but you can't skip. So might as well let's have fun and learn. Right? So this is my, daily bread and butter where everywhere requires audit only, sir. Even if tomorrow some company wants to purchase, get it audited. Only then I can trust. Last one, future trend of the business. Shark Tank and all you have seen, no? Shark Tank where people come and give their ideas, business ideas. In Tamil also it was there. I don't know the program name though. Startups only, huh? Startup Singham or something. Yes. And now there when they come and tell, this is our business idea, you can invest here and all. On what basis they are telling, sir? Imagine in future, next 10 years, you see how we'll grow. On what basis? Audited FS you should tell, not randomly. Clear? So from the audited books, the future trend can be assessed easily with certainty. Alright. So here 3 things we have. External affairs point of view, settlement of accounts, assets and goodwill, and future trend. Understood? Okay. So quickly. Entire concept let's revise. Main objective. What is my main objective? Obtain reasonable assurance and report. That is very good. Reasonable assurance about what? If financial statements are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. Right? What are the social objectives? No, I don't want such revision. Whenever mnemonics are there, first you have to name the mnemonic, every letter related to that word, then sentence. Is that clear? So TCS for real, T for, so we can avoid tax evasion. Number 2, C square, capital CSR. Understood? Then yes, sir. Shareholders. Now how do we convert this? Protect shareholders' interest. Okay. Then F. Fair returns for whom? Investors. Next F. To whom? Workers. Then R. Understood? Right? Okay. Now next one. Next one, from whose point of view? Legal point of view. Legal point of view, what we have seen? IT, GST, BIB. What is B? Bangalore. Bank. Then this is exactly why I write. Understood the difference between reading and remembering and writing and remembering. Now, when I write, now you know this particular thing. Reasonable assurance is here, report is here, then one bracket was there, TCS for real, we had written like that. So, when you keep revising like that after writing, retention is better. That's the reason why I did not write anything after that. Let's see if you're able to remember without that. Not possible. Very difficult. Clear? Right. Now, after this also, we have three things. Correct? What is the first thing? From legal point of view. Then, next, internal control point of view. Then we have okay. Now, when we say legal point of view, what are the points? IT, GST. What is B? Borrowings, insurance, and bankruptcy. Bankruptcy means what? Becoming insolvent. Your liabilities are more than assets. Okay. IC point of view. Which one? What is that? Uniformity. Then advice to the management. This one, you know. UAE. Employees, no? Then errors and frauds. Okay. Right, sir. External affairs. Tell me, 3 points. One by one. First one, settlement of account settlement. Then valuation point. Assets and goodwill and valuation, future debts. Okay. Remember this way. External affairs are favorite. I am talking about business affair. Don't consider wrong things. Alright. So legal point of view, IT, GST, BIB, IT, that is income tax, GST, that is sales tax, is what they say. Then borrowings, insurance and bankruptcy. IC point of view, UAE square. U for uniformity, advice to the management, moral check on employees and errors and fraud. Whereas external affairs, favorite. FAV, F for yes, future trends, A, account settlement and valuation. Valuation of what? Assets and goodwill. Understood? Yes. Okay. Now, I'll give you 2 minutes. right from objectives till the end. Entire concept, main objectives, social objectives, and other objectives. Right? Go through. Then we'll revise once and then we'll hit to the next topic. Quick. Not working. It's too cold. Online, yes, online. I'm telling online also. I don't know if offline people have joined online. So, because of the shortage of classrooms and multiple courses going on, there is only one classroom which can accommodate a big number, and that has been already considered for CA Inter. We have like around 200 people there sitting. So, again, morning evening batches are there, not possible. So, this is the second biggest classroom we have. Again, here we have houseful show going on. So, if you are willing to shift to evening batch, you can contact Mr. Nitish, who's there later on after the batch, after the class gets over. So, proposed time, not sure that we are not concluded because we want to know whether students are willing or not, right? The timing, proposed timing is 2:30 to 8 o'clock. Okay, if you guys want, then you can visit and get a proposal done. But just randomly, just a random, count of show of hands. How many of you are interested in evening batch? Online, you can put up a thing in the chat box. Those are college, I understand. You may have college, but other than that, 2:30 to 7:30 or 8 o'clock. How many of you are interested in that? Only one, huh? Oh, same faculty will teach. Don't worry. Faculties won't change. Online. Anyone? No? Okay. No, sir. During admission, they told 7:30 to 12:30, one only, sir. That only class you want. Okay. Yes, no, no, yes. So, offline. So, morning batch only for you guys. Okay, morning batch at least, show of hands. I need the count. Okay, so, nice. So, all are the morning batch only. Cool. Done. Right. Cool. Shall we quickly revise? Yes, sir. Hold on. Right. So, no, generally it's a second time where we expected small but ended up big. Okay. So, yes, last time also it happened for CA Inter for us, and then we ended up getting that bigger classroom, right? There also we had to stop admissions because too many people are coming. So, what are the objectives? The main objective is RARE, R-A-R-E. What is RA? Reasonable assurance. What is RE? Wall should break the way you revise. Okay. What are the social objectives? TCS for real, T for yes, tax evasion and capital erosion. CSR, S for shareholders' interest. F for fair for whom? Fair compensation for whom? And fair reasonable price for whom? Now, apart from that, point of view objectives. What is the first point of view? Legal point of view. IT, GST, BIB. B for bankruptcy, borrowings, insurance, bankruptcy. Then IC point of view. UAE, U for uniformity, advice to management, employee check. External affairs point of view. Future trends, account settlement and valuation. Valuation of what? Assets and goodwill. Understood? Clear? Yes. So, what all did we understand today? First, we understood the definition. Yes, it's an independent examination. Any entity without profit or not, we will still be auditing them. Yes. Then we understood first question is essential features of the company. Yes. What are the essential features of the company? I gave you a short notes on that. Yes or no? Tell me. Evaluation, verification of information and evidence. Number 2. Review of systems. Number 3. Yes. Fourth one. Competency, professional knowledge, practice, etc. Fifth one. Reliability of information. Sixth one. Opinion. And last one. Financial or non-financial. Then we understood definition between difference between accounting and audit, audit and investigation. Correct? Which is in-depth investigation. Sir, accounting is recording, auditing is what? Reviewing. Remember this table? Yes. Okay. Examining is what? Auditing is here at the time of transaction. After recording here. Opinion. Management is responsible. We are only reviewing. No reporting. Whereas audit reports. Works for management. Works for not liable here. Liable. Mandatory. Not mandatory in both cases same. Okay. Here India is applicable. Here SA applicable. Whereas in case of investigation, investigation is for special purpose, specific period or area, truth and correctness, absolute assurance. Go in depth. Generally we go in depth, and here evidence and suspicious mind, and generally for more goes for more than a year. Scope of audit. 3 scope. 1 with respect to records and audit procedures, then disclosures and understood. Clear? Judgment and materiality. Alright. Okay, sir. Now in that first scope, evaluate reliability and sufficiency in the records and perform procedures. 2 kinds of procedures. Which are those? Super, sir. Ensure relevant disclosures are given as per what? Gaps and statute. Then use judgment. More concern toward what? Materiality with respect to financial statements. So basic principles. Spiced we studied, no? Yes, sir. I'll change the mnemonic here. Spiced. In that, what was square? S cube, C square. S cube. Skill, competence, supervision and system. Then P. Planning. I. Integrity, objectivity, independence. C for confidentiality. E for evidence and documentation. Okay. Then objectives of audit, as usual, we have seen. Main objective is what? Rare, reasonable assurance and report. Social objectives, TCS, FRT for what? Tax evasion, capital erosion, CSR, shareholders interest, NFR, fair return, fair compensation and reasonable price. POV objectives, legal POV, IT, GST, BIB, IC POV, UAE and external affairs favorite. FAV, F for future trends, account settlement and valuation of assets and goodwill. Now here you will make a mistake by writing liabilities. It's goodwill. Understood? Clear? Yes, sir. Here is where we have come with respect to audit till here, right? Now, much different than what you have studied in BCom and other places, all right? Here, our focus, I hope I gave you an idea how we are studying, right? How are we going to study? Understand the concept first, what is what. Second, try to put up a nice short notes for it so that it will be helping in revision as well as writing the answers, and then we revise a lot. Clear? Now go home today, sleep no problem, but revise and come for tomorrow's class. Is that clear? Cool? Yes, sir. We'll stop here. Thank you so much and have a wonderful rest of the day. Thank you online. Hey, offline, tell thank you. Very good. Thank you so much. Thank you online. Thank you, YouTube.